It's time. It's time to call, ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, it's time to call to order the Waukegan City Council's Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting for Monday, August 21st. The time is exactly 5 p.m., 1700. Can I have a roll call, please?
Alderman Turner.
Aye, you're here.
Alderman Felix.
Felix is delayed. He will be here. He's on his way from work, but he will be coming.
Alderman Bolton. Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum. Item B, may I have a motion for approval of the minutes for the July 17th meeting of the Public Works Committee as presented?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Newsom,
Second.
second by Alderman Martinez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item C, audience time. Any member of the audience that would like to say, speak before this committee regards anything on the agenda for this committee? There is one non-employee, yet former employee of the city, Mr. Vukovic. Would you like to say anything? Thank you, sir. Moving on. Item 2, old business. There is no old business. Item 3, excuse me. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving a professional services agreement with Water Treatment Specialist LLC per section 2-458 subsection I, subsection 4, professional services for operational support services for the water department for a not to exceed amount of $80,340. Motion by Alderman Martinez.
Second.
Second by Alderman Newsom. And any questions here on this motion? Okay. Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item B, if I may, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving change order number 5 with Aircon refrigeration and heating for HVAC upgrades in the amount of $90,790. The staff recommends that the members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee authorize the mayor to approve a resolution approving change order number 5 for $90,790 with Aircon refrigeration and heating for the HVAC upgrades for City Hall and Public Works, bringing the new total to $2,494,107. These funds are to be charged to line item 205-1205-24512. The contract for the HVAC upgrades for City Hall and Public Works was awarded by the City Council in June of 2022, with change order number 1 being approved on September 6, 22, for replacement of isolation valves, and change order number 2 on December 19th of 2022 for the control panels, and change order number 3 on March 6, 2023 to replace the ethylene glycol, and change order number 4 for a control valve for the air handler and heating coil for City Hall. Aircon needs to replace a duplex compressor and pneumatic thermostats, as well as inspect, test, and perform air balance for the VAV terminal units at Public Works. Currently, Public Works is unable to control the temperature for the air conditioning in the building. The original contract was awarded in the amount of $2,290,768, with change order being 1 being for $52,412, change order number 2 being $33,067, change order 3 $18,820, change order 4 $8,250, and change order number 5 $90,790. It brings the new total to $2,494,107.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is,
Are these unforeseen items, or they were not originally bidded, or what? What is different things popping up that we,
These here up at Public Works are unforeseen items. They were previously looked at. Some of them were working, some were not. So as they put the
So-
new system in, they noticed that.
or that they're not working now?
Yeah. So, and with the compressor, that's a major component for this system. So, you know, we need that one.
Do we think we're gonna get any more?
Change orders.
Yes.
As of right now, I don't think we should get any more, because when I spoke with the contractor, this total amount is to check and service and replace anything that's on this list
Yeah.
that needs to be tested.
Yeah, I was gonna ask similar questions as Alderman Newsom, because it not just pertains to this specific, resolution, but we have a number of them in here for change orders, and we see these often, and it just seems to me that we need to track the change orders. I don't know if maybe you already are, but, it just seems that often we're bidding out a job, and when you bid a job, you're supposed to go and look at what's required. What are you gonna do for this job? Fix the AC. Okay, well, here's what we're gonna have to do, right? Change the tire. What does that mean? What are you gonna do? And then we come back with change orders. And here we've got 5 change orders, you know, what did it say? It was, yeah, 5 order, what was this one? June of 2022, here we are in August 23, and we've had 5 change orders, so. All right, so please just keep that in mind. Any other questions, Alderman Martinez?
Can I,
No, I'm sorry. Madam
first, can I make a motion to seat Alderman Bolton?
Thank you. Motion by Alderman Newsom to seat Alderman Bolton. Is there a second, please? Alderman Martinez seconds the motion, and Alderman Bolton is seated. And you're just in the nick of time, Alderman Bolton, because we're gonna have a roll call, please.
We're on item B.
Yeah, we'll wait, seriously, I was just joking.
Did he have a question, Alderman Martinez?
No.
He didn't have a question?
Alderman Bolton, we're looking at item B, which is a change order for the HVAC system here in City Hall and in Public Works. And if you want to take a quick gander at it, if you have a question.
No, not at
Okay,
this time. Thank you.
roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
All right. Item C. Item C, if I may, I'd like a resolution, or a motion for a resolution approving a contract with Air Comfort for HVAC preventative maintenance and emergency repairs per section 2-458, subsection I, subsection 3, joint purchasing agreement through Lake County, Illinois, for an estimated amount up to $225,000. Chris, would you like to explain this one to us, please? I can read it, but save time, or you just speak to it.
Basically, this is for preventative maintenance. For instance, things that are not covered under the warranty. So we have a preventative maintenance job that needs to be taken care of right as we speak here at City Hall.
Okay.
And this will cover that.
Now, when we fix this, is it gonna stop being freaking cold up here on the dais? Because it gets pretty cold.
They're working on that part. This is something totally different.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, any questions for the director?
Is this for a year? Is this for 225? Is that for a year? I don't see. Is that for the next year?
Valid until December, I'll read it for you, Edie.
The current award is through December 2023. So will this extend for another year? This is for another year, right? Till 2024, December?
This is for up till December.
Yeah, that was my question too. How
It
long
says
is
the
the
current
contract
award is
for?
valid until December 31st, 2023. What,
Right.
the one that we have
Eh,
now?
eh,
And this is a new one, or what?
This is,
No, the current, if I'm interpreting this, or if I understand this correctly, what you're saying is this that we're voting on, you're calling this the current award, is valid until December 31st, at which time this item, same item, will have to be brought back to the city council. Is that right?
So this
Sandy's
is
gonna
only
explain.
giving us a few months? She gonna-
she's gonna explain.
How the county works is they do calendar year from January to December. So in December, when they renewed their, contract, we did not bring ours at that time, just because we were in the middle of, doing the HVAC. So now we're bringing it for it to cover us as part of our bid until December 31st. And then once the county issues their renewal letter, then we'll bring it back again. We won't be increasing the amount. It'll still fall under the same amount, but that can take us until December of 2024.
Okay.
Got it.
So a
Okay.
contract is only for a year.
Yes. Okay, any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Thank you. Item D. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving the purchase of materials from Manoni and Waukegan per section 2-458 subsection I subsection 3 joint purchasing through Lake County, Illinois for a not-to-exceed amount of $70,000. Staff recommends this. Public Works is requesting permission, to purchase sand, gravel, topsoil, and stone from Manoni and Waukegan per section 2-458 subsection I subsection 3 joint purchasing through Lake County, Illinois for a not-to-exceed amount of $70,000. The current award is valid until November 30th, 2023, at which time this item will have to be brought back to the City Council for approval of an extension or a new awarded vendor. The highlighted items attached are the items that Waukegan will be purchasing. Funds to be charged in line item 555-9155-25468. Okay. Questions?
So
Do
I
we have a
assume this
motion?
material is to be used throughout the city, different projects?
Correct, and different departments.
Did somebody make the motions? Do we have a motion?
No, I'm sorry, we did not get a motion. Would you like to make a motion?
We don't have any I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Alderman, thank you, ma'am.
I'll second.
And Bolton, thank you. And now we've already had a question. Do you have any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Item E. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving a license agreement for adopted road program to Aaron Park for the following road selection on Lawn Avenue near Diversity Park from West Hill Avenue to Southwest Avenue. Public Works is requesting approval of the resolution for adopted road program license agreement with Aaron Park, care of Min Kim, parent as the child is a minor. So Aaron Park is a minor, his mom is Min Kim. For the following road selection on Lawn Avenue near Diversity Park from West Hill Avenue to Southwest Avenue. All instructions and rules in the license agreement must be complied with, as well as safety training program before the litter collection can begin. Motion, please. Martinez, motion.
I will second.
And Bolton is the second. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm just curious to know, how does one, how are they able to, how does this program work where you're able to adopt a highway? Does it have to, can it be an individual? Does it be a organization? Can you give us information on how that works?
Individuals or organization, the application is up on, if I'm not mistaken, the application is up on the website. This started, the interest in the development of this ordinance started late last year or maybe the year before, when Youth Conservation Corps wanted to adopt 2 streets in the 6th Ward, and we said, hey, we don't have a ordinance, and we don't have a legal framework for that. Yeah. And so the kind attorneys that are Ron Friedman, drafted the ordinance and we approved it. I bet you Alderman Newsom remembers when. I don't, but we did. And we did. We passed the ordinance.
No, I think we had one before that, because I think the Exchange Club used to do Adopt a Highway. There's a sign on Lewis Avenue where they used to do it, so I don't know.
I think they
I
did
think
with-
it goes back.
I think it did without an ordinance. Stu, you remember when we talked about this, when you worked up that ordinance?
Yeah, so we, there was a program that was existing, and we helped formalize that and created the license agreement. But I believe it was a pre-existing program, yeah.
So, to answer your question, yes, an individual or group of individuals or organization can request to adopt a program.
A
And
street.
what- a street. And what's interesting too, what I caught is that there is a training process so they know how to pick up trash. Go figure, but.
Like, I mean, it'd be nice if we can have more people adopt these streets. I just don't, it's like a spontaneous thing that I see. I don't see too many of it in the city. And I'm wondering if we can advertise and market it to where we can get more people involved that want to get more information on that. It'd be great. I don't know if we do that now, you know, to let them know, hey, we, you know, we are taking applications, or we welcome people who do want to adopt a highway or a street.
Right. You know, that's a good idea, and that kind of falls in line with several other things that we could do better to promote. And so I think what I'm going to do, and I'll talk to you and maybe Alderman Newsom, because she has a lot of institutional knowledge or memory of stuff. Maybe jointly we'd come up with like a list of things that we could promote when we host our award meetings.
Right.
I mean, I got stuff that I've initiated that within my ward, and I forget to promote it, right? So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a great program, so I'd just like to see more people involved in
Yeah.
getting information out there. That way they can want to, you know, go out there and want to do this. So.
Can I have a motion to seat Alderman Victor
So moved.
Felix? Motion by Alderman Newsom to seat Mr. Felix,
I'll go ahead and motion
and
it.
second by Alderman Martinez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I
Thanks,
have a
Victor.
following question in reference to this. When this organization adopts this role, what responsibilities do they have? Any?
Picking up trash.
I'm sorry?
Just picking up trash. But they could, generally that's what happens, they just go out and pick up trash, but they could go out and cut grass too if they wanted, but basically it's trash. Maintaining cleanliness is what the program is for.
I guess I have one more question.
Yes,
So
sir.
when they're out there and they're cleaning the highway, how do we warn the motorists that there's people working on the side of the road? Or
Well,
do we not?
that's part of their training
Exactly.
stuff, how they, you know, depending on what type of street, is it the main thoroughfare like a Grand Avenue?
Right.
Or is it like a Tiffany Street, right? So and how do they approach Andrew? As an example, today, there was a crew in the 6th Ward at Porter and Jackson Street. That's just where Jackson curves to go down to Grand. They were out there, they had a guy out with a stop and a slow sign, controlling traffic flow. So
Okay.
depending on where they are is how they would do it, but that's part of their training process.
I just want to make sure that they are aware that, you know, there's people working the side of the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think according to the contract and the lease agreement, they have to go through this training. Then when they're out there, they're required to wear a vest.
Correct.
That they are working, and I think it's once a month, at least once a month, they're required to go out and
Yep.
clean it up.
Now, final. So what if they don't go out and pick up the trash? Do we take the sign down and tell them don't pick up trash anymore? How do we enforce
It's
it?
in here.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Did
Aye.
we seat Alderman Felix?
Yeah, we see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item F, I'd like a motion for a resolution, approving change order number 1 with Joel Kennedy Construction for lead service line replacement in the amount of $1,857,740. The contract with Joel Kennedy Construction for lead service line replacement program was originally approved by the City Council on March 20th of 2023 for a not-to-exceed amount of $5,352,600, with funding line items listed at that time as 205. This would be the line item it would be funded from. 205-1205-27043, and 245-550-427043, and 556-916-0274-043. It has been determined that no funds for this project were charged at that time. It is now being requested to charge the $7,210,340 to a single line item being 555-916-027043. So they were gonna split the charge across 3 line items, and that didn't happen, and now they need to get paid, and so they're just gonna take it out of a singular line item. Questions? Oh, motion.
I make a motion.
Alderman Bolton, thank you.
I have a question.
Second? Is there a second?
I have a question.
Second? I need a second on the motion.
Go ahead, second.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
All right, questions, please.
So this exactly, this is just to remove the lead lines, right? That's just for the work itself?
Yes.
And what exactly, can you explain that again? Why is there a change order?
So initially it was awarded, and Chris, you correct me if I'm wrong, but initially this was, the project was awarded and the monies, the cost of this contract was to be split between 3 line items as listed here in 205-1205, 205-550, and 556-916, et cetera, right? So that's not the full line, but those 3 line items. And recently it was determined that those charges were never placed against those line items. So now they're asking for a change order. Instead of splitting them across those 3, they're gonna charge them to a single line item, and that line item is that last one, 555, or correction, it's a new one, 555-916-027043.
There is actually a change in the scope of work,
Okay.
which I believe the city engineer could kind of explain the need for, and this impacts both this item and then the next one as well.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
So there's actually 2 items going on. The first one is increasing the scope of work. The original contract called for 120 partial replacements with 240 full replacements, meaning 300 total. At that time, we were very positive that we weren't going to have as many first-time replacements. However, as the contractor started doing more exploratory excavations, it was noted that the public side, most of them have that service. So we are increasing the scope of work to replace those service lines in addition to more replacement, which brings it to a total of 557 replacements. The original was over half, 300. There are, given how wide we have seen increase in prices, so right now this change order is actually a benefit to the city. We're paying around 12,000 per service line. Future services will be near 14,000. So it's in the best interest for us to complete the work. It's laid out in the bid documents that we have on your agenda. In addition, if I'm not mistaken, the request from my office was to fund the project with 3 different line items. That's money that we coordinated with CDBG, ARPA funds, and our water and sewer services.
Right.
And making sure that we have those proper funds available, which they are. We just need to make sure that we can release them, and that will be per council's decision tonight.
And when you say that now, we're gonna invest on the public side, that means that, we were trying to fix what was going into the private homes, now we're seeing that there's more work on the outside? Is that what
That
you're
is
saying?
correct,
Okay.
yes, because our initial surveys, we do have data, and that line that leads from the curb stop to the home that's considered the private side, we have some data as we always advertise our waukegansurvey.com. However, we don't have data from the curb stop to the main, that it's the public side, and that's where we are seeing a lot of the lead service lines in place, and those need to be accounted for.
All right. So if I'm understanding what you're describing then is there's a water main runs down the middle of the street. There's a line that goes between the water main and the shut-off valve.
Correct.
Right? And then there's a line that goes between the shut-off valve and into the house, and there's another shut-off valve.
Yep.
Right? So you're finding now that when we asked the folks to do the survey, they would go in and they would scrape the pipe near the interior shut-off valve and determine if it was lead or not.
Correct.
And then when you started digging the holes and respacements and stuff, you said, oh my God, there's a lead line between the water main and the external shut-off valve, which is city-owned.
Correct.
And so now we gotta pay Kennedy
Yes.
to fix that too.
Yes. Always, in all contracts, we are allowed to reduce the scope of work. However, the directive between Public Works, Engineering, and the Water Department was to proceed with the work as it was laid out. So if you look at the documents, there are many addresses, close to 1,200 addresses. However, not all those are full service, but we are still having to replace the public service side. So just to make it simple, instead of replacing 300 service lines, we are replacing close to 600, and that is the total scope of work.
Okay.
And I have a question for our constituents to know. These areas where we're doing the lead service lines, these are already in plan, right? Are we planning to resurface these after these lead lines are taken care of?
So to answer your first question, Alderman, yes, these are the areas that are laid out in the project scope. Within the bid documents, we have maps attached to it, and those are, that is a scope of work. It's to make sure we complete the work so we can come with the resurfacing in the next month or so.
Okay, thank you.
Jesus, I have a question. First of all, thank you so much. So I know that Berwick is scheduled for early fall, right, September. Do you anticipate, and are we on schedule? I mean, once this is approved, I mean, do you anticipate anything, or are we ready for this to start? I get a lot of calls from my constituents that live on Berwick. They want to know, hey, when does it start? And from my understanding, what you guys tell me, it does begin in early September, if I'm not mistaken.
Our goal is to start this year, Alderman. We are planning ahead on our bidding documents. They came in last month. We're still under review, planning with Joel Kennedy to ensure that we finish the lead service line before we award the contract for the resurfacing. So I don't have an answer for you now, but you are more than welcome to call my office so we can discuss in more detail and see where it will fall. We will either be this fall or early spring. But we are ready to start the resurfacing with the bidding process within the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Aye. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. I'd like a motion for a resolution approving a change order number 2 with Robinson Engineering for LSLR Construction Engineering Services in the amount of $62,500. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Newsom and second by Alderman Bolton. All right, questions, please. All right, I'm going to read this, and maybe that'll memories or generate some questions. The contract with Robinson Engineering for the construction engineering services for the lead service line replacement program was originally approved by the City Council on May 16th of 2022 for a not to exceed amount of $130,000, with change order number 1 being approved for $7,500 on November 7th of 2022, with funding being approved to CDBG funds 245-550-427043. It has been determined that no funds for this project were charged at that time. It is now being requested by the city engineer to charge the $200,000 to 205-1205-24435. Any questions?
So how does that tie into the, if you can explain what is this exactly? For the actual extra work that we're doing now, we need the engineering to,
That is correct, Alderman. So you see the increase in price for construction. We also have to increase the price for construction observations. Typically, it's around 12% of the construction cost. If we do the math, we're paying Robinson around 3.5%. So that is a savings to the city. We're not have to pay the delta, which is the 6.5 additional. So just to answer your question, because we are increasing the scope of work, we also have to increase the scope of work for our inspector to be out there and make sure that the contract's being fulfilled per the requirements.
thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. I'd like a resolution, or motion for a resolution approving change order number 1 with Boller Construction Corporation for raw water station improvements in the amount of $821,891. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I
Motion by-
second.
Motion by Alderman Newsom, and seconded by Alderman Bolton. Questions? Or, I'll read it. Excuse me. The contract with Boulder Construction for raw water pumping station improvements was originally approved by City Council on March 20th of 2023 for a not-to-exceed amount of $133,800, with funding line items listed at that time as 556-916-027710. It has been determined that additional work is needed, such as transformer-related work, skylights, hatches, and basement painting, which was submitted as 4 separate change orders, but it is being presented for City Council approval as one. It is now being requested to charge the $3,955,691 to 555-916-027712. Are there any questions?
Chair, if I could just explain this, Public Works staff and I had a number of discussions about how to do this. All of these items are related to basically one portion of the work that was unforeseen at the raw water pumping station. The vendor submitted 4 change proposals, basically separate invoices. They were different components of basically the same project. So that's why we decided to include it as one change order, putting it under basically one cover, and they were just different components of the same work.
Okay, thank you. And the raw, Chris, explain what I know, but I'd like you to explain for the audience and others on the committee what the raw water pumping station is and does.
Antonio will explain it, sir.
Oh, I thought you said attorney, and I'm like, I don't know about the raw water pumping
let's
station.
hear it.
Antonio,
Let's hear it.
scared me.
Hello, Alderman. Antonio Dominguez, Director of Water Utilities. So that's the building where the raw water comes in from the lake. It's basically a big basin.
Yeah.
And the pumps are located there, and the water's pumped around into the water plant. And then from there, it comes into the water plant, into settling basins, and into the filters and the
Right.
process.
How many pumps are there?
There's 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Did we replace all of those?
We're going to replace 3 of the 4 motors, but the only thing we're changing with the other motor is a new VFD drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. You know, folks, I would encourage you, if you have an opportunity ahead of time, to schedule a tour of the water plant with Antonio. It's incredibly interesting, and I mean, we just turn on the water and out it comes, but there's a lot behind, there's a lot that goes on in that water plant, and that whole facility, inside and outside, and multiple, it's really incredible. And you also get a sense of Waukegan's history, because it's pretty old, so, which is why we're going through a lot of replacements. Thanks, Antonio. Any other questions?
I have a question. So this amount, because we have an amount, certain amount that was budgeted for the year, right? To get all these things done. Is that correct? That's that 3 million figure? So does this affect like any other plans to get other things done?
Well, this was one of the most expensive change order here was a project that we try to do priority projects, but this project started before our SCADA system and our MCC controls, which is our electrical component that's inside the water plant. So this is just basically doing the work that we were going to do on a different project. So,
I got it. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item I, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving change order number 2 with Crawford, Murphy, and Tilly for engineering services related to the raw water pumping station improvements in the amount of $55,000.
I so move.
All right, thank you by Alderman Bolton.
I'll second.
And, I'm sorry, was that Alderman Martinez? Thank you, sir. All right. The contract with Crawford, Murphy, and Tilly for the raw water pumping station and electrical improvements was originally approved by the City Council on September 20th of 2021 for a not-to-exceed amount of $300,000, and change order number 1 on November 7th of 2022 for $30,300. The scope for the project has changed by increasing the capacity of the raw water pumping station, and in turn, there were significant changes requested. The new project total is now $385,300. Is there any questions? All right, roll call, please.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Thank you. Item J, I'd like a motion for a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with North Chicago, the city of North Chicago, for the use of North Chicago's animal control facility.
I so move.
Oh, Alderman Bolton
Second.
moves and Alderman Newsom seconds. All right, if you guys didn't read through the packet, and there's not a write-up here, I'll just give it to you off the top of my head, correct me where I'm wrong. So we did approve the demolition and new construction of a new animal control facility that's gonna be located at Waukegan Public Works. Same place, same footprint that the existing facility is. This is a temporary, we're gonna temporarily use North Chicago's animal control facility. It's a little smaller, but I've been assured that it does have a capacity for us to move our operations down to North Chicago. North Chicago's animal control operations were transferred over to the county some time ago, so their facility is it's empty, right? So we're in process of moving down there. They're all packed up at Waukegan Animal Control. They're in process of moving. They're ready to go. This just finalizes and formalizes the deal, the agreement between Waukegan and North Chicago for the utilization of North Chicago's animal control facility.
I have a question. I just want to know, I know that they're going to build the new facility, but do we have an approximation of how long we'll be in agreement with them? Like, when will the building be up and running and ready for us to move in ourselves? And
Well, right now, we're just waiting on, our current animal shelter people to move into the other facility in North Chicago. Once that happens, then we will start the process of cutting off all the utilities and replacing some of the service lines, water and sewer. In the process of that, we will contact the company that's putting up the new facility so that they can start deporting all of the equipment to Public Works. And then once everything is set up, they have a pad that they have to pour and set up, and then they will start the construction.
okay. I agree.
So we still got a little time, but once it gets going, it's gonna get going.
What's the process? That's, I want everybody to
Correct.
say. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
process to do it. It's not gonna just,
It's a
overnight.
prefab building, right? It's just-
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so it's prefab. It's not like, you know, when they build your house and they'll bring in, and sometimes, and they may need to do it here, they'll actually pour the walls on site and then lift them into place, but it's basically like putting a puzzle together. So, but they are pre-work, as the director described, they have to cut the service lines off and lay a foundation and all that stuff. So,
I have a question.
yes, ma'am.
Out of curiosity, how many animals do we presently have that will be moving?
Ooh, animal control's not here, so
Just
Yeah,
curious.
I'm not sure.
I can tell you that they have 25 kennels, so a minimum of 25. And that's for dogs, right? And then they also have space for cats and other small animals, so I would venture 25 is right about where we're talking. It could be a little more because if I'm not mistaken, and I may be, I think in some cases they may put two animals, two small dogs might go into the same kennel. They also use they only have one washroom up there, and they use that as an isolation room. If an animal comes in injured or sick and needs to be kept separate from other animals, not in the kennels and such, so they put them in the bathroom.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll say it's 25 that are going down there. Right. Any other questions?
I have one question. I mean,
Yes, sir.
so maybe you can't answer, maybe you can't. What happens, because I'm having a problem with chickens in my ward. And a lot of people are talking, what
I
do we do? Do we
amen
take
that.
chickens or?
I got roosters.
How do we handle those?
What's
It's
up?
funny because I get those
Yeah,
calls too.
There's, people are talking about chickens and what do we pick them up sometimes or
Yep.
how do we handle those?
We'll get them. No, I'm sorry, you're right. County gets them.
They're not supposed to have
They're not supposed to have them. There was an ordinance. Couple of years ago, we had some discussion around that. There was a guy up in the 7th Ward who had chickens and they wanted to raise eggs. We voted to not allow, well, there was a vote taken to not allow chickens in the city. I was in favor of allowing hens, but not roosters. It's the roosters that make the noise, right? But the chickens are dirty anyway.
He's
so.
got chicken and I got roosters.
Yeah, what chickens,
Yeah,
roosters?
and so I just tell people to, or I call animal control.
Call
I had
the
them go out
police.
over on Woodlawn maybe 2 weeks ago and get a chicken, but I don't know. I've never actually seen a chicken up there, so I wonder if they're taking them chickens home. I don't know.
Just for your general information,
Yes, please.
keeping of livestock, fowl, or wild animals is prohibited. There have been a number of communities who've gone through the same discussion, and I have never seen more passionate and angry debate
Yeah.
than about whether to allow chickens. And because sometimes when you get a bunch of chicks, you don't know if they're hens or if you've got a rooster in there.
That's right.
And roosters do not just caw or call in the morning, they call all day.
All day.
long.
Yes, as I know, because Chicago does not actually have that ordinance, and plenty of people have them.
If there's no ordinance against it,
North Chicago does, the city of Chicago does not.
really? That's surprising.
Yeah, you can have, people have chickens in
So
Chicago.
how do we handle it? I mean, I've sent
Yeah.
emails, but I got no response. They're still,
I send an
My
email or a call
neighbors.
animal control. They go by and make contact with them and tell them to get rid of
I
it.
did that.
They get rid of the chicken, and I think the people either cook them or,
Let's send out another email.
Yeah,
What'd you
come
say?
on.
We got
Mr.
to do roll call
Garland?
on that last one.
Chickens
gotta
are
do
hard
roll
to
call
catch
on that
too.
in North Chicago.
You ever tried to catch a
we're
chicken?
still talking about it.
Picture that.
All right, so, is that it? Any more questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Come get
Alderman
the-
Turner,
Aye.
Alderman Felix,
Aye.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Martinez. Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Did I say aye? Aye, okay, all right, great, thank you. All right, so it's time to adjourn this meeting. It's been very productive. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I so
Motion by
moved.
Newsom, second by Bolton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned at 5:54 PM.
The time is now 5:46 p.m. We will start the Finance and Purchasing Committee meeting for Monday, August 21st, August 21st, 2023. Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsome.
Present.
Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Hayes.
Here.
Alderman Florian.
Present.
Alderman Guzman.
He's here somewhere. We have a quorum. Item C, approval of the minutes. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from July 17th, 2023?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton, second by
Alderman Florian.
Alderman Florian. Are there any questions to the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D, public comment. Is there anyone needing to speak on anything that is on the Purchasing and Finance Committee meeting for tonight? Being none, we'll go to item 2, new business. A discussion of reallocation of $108,000 previously allocated for arena consulting to the Waukegan Police Department, referral by Alderman Turner. Can I get a motion on the floor?
I move.
This is just an item for discussion.
So we don't, okay.
So there's not actually any action
Oh,
for
okay.
this.
So is there any discussion as to, where is Alderman Turner here?
He's coming back.
Alderman Turner? Alderman Turner, you want to speak on this reallocation of the $108,000 to the police department?
Thank you, yes. This was my motion to reallocate those funds. The $108,000 was the salary for arena consulting, and I asked that those monies be transferred to the police department, primarily for use with traffic enforcement. And talking with the chief, he's got some ideas about some equipment that they need. One thing that I know was of particular interest to many of us is the noise ordinance by these little foreign cars with the super loud mufflers. So one of the equipment items that the chief and I talked about was purchasing what's called a decibel meter, and the police would then be able to measure the sound or level of sound emitted by those vehicles. And then, of course, at the chief's discretion, what other monies he might want to do, and I would hope he would do some target enforcement for speeders, but I'd like to get this into the police budget for their usage, traffic control, or traffic mitigation.
All right, thank you. Is it Alderman Florian?
So would the $108,000 be split equally among all 9 wards, or how would that work?
Chief? I don't see how we could do that, but
You're not supposed to touch the microphone, you know. What do you mean you don't see how we can do
I
that?
don't see how we could, I mean, like, up in your ward, in Ayton, up in your area, around Mid Lane, there are some traffic concerns, but it's not as.
And what would those be?
They're speeding over there on, was it Burbidge or something, Aldridge Road and York House, in and out of that area up there.
Okay.
There,
So you've been talking to people in my ward about the places?
Absolutely.
Okay, because you're missing quite a few. So Sunset, there's lots of places in my ward that need traffic enforcement. So just because I don't have as much need, then I may get less of this allocation? Is that what you're saying?
Police services are allotted where it's needed, so I don't see how we can specify each ward is gonna get a certain amount of the 180.
Okay, well then I would not be in favor of this,
Okay.
because if it's not
How
gonna
much
be
would you
shared
like?
equally, then,
I mean, make a motion on how much you would like.
I'm sorry?
Make an amendment to the motion on how
There
you
is
like
no
it to be.
motion, but
how
it's
the-
just
how we get
discussion.
it up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other alderman that wanted to speak on where they think the money should go or whatever.
Sure.
Alderman Hayes.
Thank you. Perhaps, unless the police chief wants to articulate how the money, you anticipate the money would be spent, which I'm certainly in favor of entertaining it going to the police department. The $108,000 was allocated to public relations needs for the city. And if I recall correctly, much of the argument was that we already had a public relations team in place, which is fine, and that's the way the vote went, and we didn't need Arena to assist. So maybe the $108,000 could be put into David and Jane's budget and allow them to use the money as they see fit. Since, in my opinion, we took a resource away from them, we could perhaps supplement their budget with those funds. I'm not foreclosing the idea of using it for traffic enforcement. The Ninth Ward similarly has traffic enforcement needs as well, which I would argue are equally as important to all of the other wards.
They're all important, Tom, and that's what motivated me to make this motion or suggestion, is because it's the speeding and reckless driving is a plague across all of Waukegan.
Without a doubt.
And this is one way that we can bring additional resources that are specifically targeted towards mitigating that problem.
Sure. And I'm completely open to it. I would be interested to see kind of how much money we would need to target the problem generally, and how much of a dent the $108,000 is going to put into that need. I just want to make sure if we're going to allocate the resources, we're allocating them for the best use and best immediate use. So certainly welcome any information from police at some point in the future about how the money could be spent.
You know, and this is kind of an aside, but I had given consideration, I mean, it's 108, and I thought maybe we could take 10,000 and apply 10,000 to each ward for like a benevolence fund or something of that nature. But I think the problem with traffic is something that I hear about, and I'm sure you all do constantly. There's constant complaints and observations about the reckless driving. We have innumerable or a number of traffic accidents. Washington Street, Green Bay, Jackson Street, North Avenue, Sheridan Road, Sunset, the list goes on. So I think we really need to bring some attention, some focus, and some resources to traffic control, and that's why I made the motion.
Okay.
And I just want to say, I thank you, Alderman Turner, for bringing it to the floor for discussion, and I agree. I'd like to hear from the chief as well and their input, yeah.
I'll make a motion to seat Alderman Guzman.
Motion by
Second.
Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Hayes to seat Alderman Guzman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay.
Thank you, Alderman
Director.
Newsom, for indulging my interest in commenting on this. And my comment isn't necessarily on this item in particular. I absolutely agree the police department needs more funding. I would actually suggest all departments in the city need more funding. And to that end, I would also say that we all spend a lot of time working on our budgets in preparation for the year, anticipating what our expenses will be, anticipating what projects might be important to our departments. And having mid-year money pulled from any department's budget to move to another department's budget sets us in a bad position. It gives us uncertainty about the work that we've done and the work that we're planning to do, whether the money would be there for the things that we've intended throughout the years, or throughout that particular year. There are a number of things in any department that may not start until mid-year or later. And so just because there's money there now in any budget doesn't mean that it's going to go to waste or not going to get spent. So I would discourage the start of this practice. I've worked here for over 30 years. This is not something that I think is a good idea, to consider taking money out of one department's budget and moving it to another. Unless the department says, I don't need this money, finance department find another place where it's more needed, then by all means move the money around. But for any department to have planned for the ability to address certain issues or do certain work, to have the money taken without their input or without their initiating that activity, I would suggest is a bad precedent and something you should seriously consider how it might harm any department to have that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Noel.
Thank you. Any more comments regarding this discussion? All right, so we have, I'm thinking about it, and a decision, is this gonna be on the agenda next meeting, or is it gonna be in the finance next meeting, or what are we?
That's up to the committee. So next steps that you could do is that you could direct staff to prepare an ordinance. You could ask the police or the public relations department to bring back more information. You could ask the referring alderman if he has specific text that he wants to bring forward. You could ask Don about the process. I do recommend that you give some next steps to give some sort of resolution to this.
Okay. Well, we've discussed the traffic enforcement and public relations. I think David and Jane could, I'm sure they could use that money in public relations, since the money was supposed to be used for public relations. I can agree with Alderman Florian on that, and that was my thought initially too. But we could have the chief speak or bring something to the next meeting. I don't know if Don, you want to weigh in on that, or, I mean.
Don could talk, I mean, he could.
As far as finance.
He's given some input to us about how, like, what it would actually take to make this transfer,
Okay.
if you wanted to. But I think the decision is, do you want to make the transfer itself before we get to that?
Oh, okay. Alderman Turner?
Thank you. And so, yeah, I can appreciate Director Kisher-Lepper's suggestion and observation, but I want to point out that that $108,000 was budgeted for salary. It would not have been used for any operational initiatives or projects or anything of that nature. So what we're doing is we're taking salary and redirecting that it be used specifically to address a public safety issue, and I think that's very appropriate, and that's what I'd like to see. It's up to the committee and to the council. Thank you.
All right, Alderman Turner. Ms. Jane?
Thank you, Alderman Newsom. That money is not budgeted for salaries. It's budgeted as contract money. So it goes under the 24438, which is professional services, not salaries. So let's just keep that in mind when we're talking about it.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry.
Alderman Hayes.
Thank you. Is that, I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
Okay. For professional services within your department?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure that the money, because I had said we should allocate it to your department, but it was already in your department, right?
More or less, yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Actually, I got a question.
Alderman Guzman?
It just said, Alderman Hayes just says professional services. What are those professional services specifically? What will that money go to?
Professional services covers everything, Alderman, as you probably well know. It can be anything from what we had here, which was somebody who was an outside public relations person, to people who provide music at events, to people who put up tents at events, to printing that we don't do in-house. It covers all other professional services.
So aren't you budgeted for that, and this is just extra?
I'm
So
sorry,
why
I don't
should it
understand what
stay
you're
in the
saying.
department? I said, aren't you budgeted for that?
Yes, it's
Oh,
budgeted under professional
Exactly.
services,
So this
which is,
$108,000 wasn't planned for anything else. Everything that you had planned for the year was already budgeted and taken care of. So this is just extra, correct?
it's not extra, sir. It's part of professional services for public relations department.
It was actually for Arena Strategic Communications, and if he would have gotten voted in, you wouldn't have had the money either way.
We may have,
They would have had an outside consultant to help.
because we'd still have to have done some of the things that were being done externally. We'd still have to do it somehow, absolutely.
And I think I want to add that The police department has a budget as well.
Understandable. But
So
I
this
can't
would be,
remember, I
this,
can't remember what the alderman said he wanted allocated and moved for. I thought it was something for overtime for speeders, which I get a lot of complaints, and I'm sure a lot of us get a lot of complaints for.
Could I make a
And I think
comment?
it's, I mean, if it wasn't, if it was supposed to go for somebody, and the thing is, okay, if it was supposed to go for relations, okay, then why didn't it stay with Arena? Why didn't, now are we gonna go find somebody else to do that job?
no.
Okay?
It was
Then it should be
allocated,
moved.
it was allocated to public relations.
It was allocated for the gentleman Arena Strategics, which the alderman decided not to be there, that we didn't need that position. That was the majority that was voted on. Now, you're gonna use that money just to hire somebody else? So why not kept the Arena Strategic in the first place?
We're not
Oh.
using the money to hire another person. The money would be used inside of public relations with Jane and David with some of the items that would be used to promote the city of Waukegan.
But isn't those items already budgeted for? It should just be, well, my vote's to move it.
Oh, okay. At the next meeting, if you, how would you
I think, could we vote on it now?
do that? We do this at the next, would this have to take place in the finance committee, or should this be, since we're allocating money, yes, I guess?
This was referred to the Finance and Purchasing Committee because that seems to be the most logical place to have a discussion about reallocation of a budget.
Okay.
I think the committee should make a decision on what would best assist you in making a decision on this. Is it hearing from the police department about whether they see their needs being related to traffic, if they have needs that are related to public relations? If you would like to hear a more formal presentation, and I don't know if, I don't want to put the public relations folks on the spot, but like if you want to hear what they would do with that money during this fiscal year to better, and then you can make a determination. But it's really up to you.
Can I ask a question?
Alderman Florian.
So if Alderman Turner hadn't suggested that we do this with this money and put it into traffic enforcement, which is not where it was budgeted for to begin with, what would have happened to the money if we weren't having this discussion? Where would the money have gone?
Wherever they wanted.
No, well, I'd rather have Don answer if you don't mind.
It would have stayed in public relations.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Don, can you speak in the mic, please? Would you say it again?
The money would have stayed in public relations and spent on public relations.
So at the next,
we understand when money has been allocated for a certain department and they make those projections, that money should stay there and be spent for whatever it's been designated for.
I agree with
Thank you.
Alderman Bolden.
I thought it wasn't reflective listening yet.
thank you, Alderman Bolton. At the next finance committee, which would be the third Monday in September, you and David, could you both speak, or David speak at that meeting? And then Chief, you can, or ask someone else, whoever you would designate to speak on where you would best use the funds.
Can I add? I know it's frustrating. We've had the discussion
Alderman
going.
Hayes.
Can I just make a quick comment? I'm getting the sense of where people are landing on this, and it seems to me, if you take the 30,000-foot view, that the money was allocated to promote the city of Waukegan, and however the money is spent to promote the city of Waukegan, we shouldn't penalize a certain department because there was a change of circumstances, and all of a sudden decide to remove funds from their department. I 100% agree with what Planning and Zoning said, which is that sets a really bad precedent and makes us look like we are penalizing or enacting some sort of punitive measure against a department that set its budget for the year, had the money allocated. We voted on that money. There's no reason that it should be removed. We all agree that we need additional resources for speeding throughout the city of Waukegan, but it doesn't mean that it comes at public relations expense mid-year. If the money is not spent, or we decide next year to target a particular line item within your budget, then we can have that discussion then. But pulling the rug out from under them mid-year, just at bottom, doesn't seem very fair. I have a lot of confidence in those two individuals and their ability to allocate the funds to promote the city, and I don't see any reason why we even need to entertain, and this raises a whole nother issue, we don't need them to come present on why we shouldn't take money away from them. That's just wasting the time that they could be spending or allocating to go out and promote the city and doing their jobs. So to tell them to come back and present as to why they should be able to keep their money, police chief, 100% have your back, want to get you the funds you need, but I just don't see why we need to take it out of public relations, and I don't see why we need to kick the can. I'd be prepared to vote on it tonight.
If anyone is prepared to make, how would the motion be? I don't need to hear from the chief or Jane. I trust the chief. I know he needs more money, more resources, more everything. And I, too, am in agreement that the funds were in public relations, and I think that they should stay there. Whether the money is used or not for this budget year, it should stay there. How would the motion be to?
So nothing is actually noticed up for final action tonight.
Okay.
So I think you can just move on to the next item but I mean, you have a consensus, but you could basically take a vote to get the committee's consensus for or against this. But there would be,
because nothing would change, right, Stu? We don't need an ordinance or a resolution to do something, because no money is moved.
Yeah, so basically, if you don't do anything, nothing changes, and you can just move on to the next agenda item.
Okay.
And then it goes to the full council, correct, for final vote?
Well, there's not an ordinance or a resolution, so, yes, basically this, we don't kill things in committee, so I guess it would be appropriate for the Finance and Purchasing Committee to vote tonight on a motion whether to recommend or not recommend the reallocation of these funds, and then that could be sent up to the council for further discussion and direction. So
the
I'm
motion
going to go
could-
back on what I just said.
Stu, I have a question. I'm not in this committee, but so what you're saying is that you should go on a vote, and that way we can discuss it a little further, and if we do want something, presentation, we can ask for it then?
The city council as a whole can make that determination.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion then that we recommend the money stay where it is, in public relations budget, where it was budgeted originally and where it belongs.
I'll second the motion.
The way that it is now, it is to move the money to the police department. So the motion would be to recommend that the monies be moved to the police department, yes or no?
Well, I think that because there isn't a resolution or ordinance actually stating that, and this was just discussion, I think that Alderman Florian's motion is in order, and she can make that one. So the motion and second by Alderman Hayes would be to recommend that the $108,000 originally budgeted for contract services designated for arena consulting not be moved and remain in the public relations budget. And that's the motion before the Finance and Purchasing Committee right now.
Okay, to recommend the $108,000 stay in the public relations budget.
Yes.
So a yes vote keeps the status quo.
A no vote would be a no vote meaning that motion would fail, and then another motion would be in order.
So the motion is to recommend the $108,000 stay in the public relations budget that was previously allocated for arena consulting. Is that the motion?
That's the motion.
Okay, I'll read the motion. The motion is to recommend that the $108,000 that was previously allocated for arena consulting stay in the public relations budget for this fiscal year.
And I motioned.
Yep,
Motion by Alderman Florian.
I second.
I think it was second by Alderman
Okay,
Hayes.
thank you.
All right, you have that? Okay,
Roll call?
roll call.
Alderman Newsom,
My motion is that it stays. Aye.
Alderman Bolton,
Aye.
Alderman Hayes,
Aye.
Alderman Florian,
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
No.
Motion carried. So that will carry to the full council.
That recommendation will be put on the next full council agenda for further discussion under new business.
Okay. All right. We move on to item B, ordinance amending the fiscal year 2023-24 budget ordinance. Staff recommends that the city council authorize an amendment to the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget ordinance authorizing an increase of $7 million to lead line replacement. Funding is available in line item 555-916-027-043. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion
Seconded.
by Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Hayes. Did you want to speak to that?
Oh, sure, I can. We
All right.
initially budgeted $3.9 million for lead line pipe replacement. Engineering has informed us that the contractors can do considerably more work in this construction season. And we're able to identify $7 million available in the water and sewer utility for this purpose. So I'd like to increase the $3.9 million appropriation for lead line to $10.9 million for this year.
Okay. Alderman Hayes?
So the money is going to perform additional work that we didn't expect would be performed, not to pay, because the cost of the work we budgeted for.
No, this is
went up.
all additional work, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
We
And
have
just-
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, he can speak a lot better than I can.
So give me a second, I'll pull up the data, but yes, so the change order identifies not just the previous change order, but we have additional projects down the pipeline. The increase in price of labor, we've seen some stabilization, the CPI regarding to materials, but it is increasing. We have other projects that council has approved, for example, East Bunny Brookline, Lewis Avenue, North Avenue. So we require, engineering, design, construction for all of these services. So we did a mid-year audit on all of the lead service line replacement efforts, and we will need this money in order to complete those efforts this year, which some of them include the construction, others are engineering and design.
And Jesus, just because not everyone on the dais was here for the prior meeting, can you explain, when you refer to the change orders, can you explain the experience that you've had with the current round of replacements and how we're discovering more replacement need than we actually thought in certain designated areas?
Yes, so originally, as we push out our WaukeganSurvey.com survey, that particular survey identifies the lead service lines going into the home, which is considered the private side. We don't have a lot of data for the public side, which is from the curb stop, the valve to the main. Our original assumption, we're very optimistic that we were only going to replace around 33% citywide within a project area map that we had developed. However, as the contractor was out there doing the excavations and looking at the lines between the main and the curb stop, it was determined that most of them are lead. So now we're going from a total of 300 replacements with this project to well, from the current project that we have, 300 to 557 just to complete the project. It equates out to be $12,000 overall because some are partial, some are full. The increase in labor and material, the standard now is becoming $14,000. So a lot of these efforts are not just for the current contract, but the other efforts that we're planning to do this year. In addition, keep in mind that a lot of the lead surface land removal, it's the first step for the resurfacing. So it is in the best interest of the city to engage these programs as fast as possible, and part of the coordination with Public Works, the Water Department, is to go out there this year and do as much as we can. And obviously we coordinated with Don, see where we can find money. We're using CCDBG money, ARPA funds, and now increasing it with the water sewer funds.
Can I ask a quick
Alderman
question?
Florian.
So is part of what you're doing also replacing the main line, like where the?
No, this is strictly just the services. We have, as part of our 5-year CIP for the water main replacement project, we have other projects later on that are not part of this change, this budget amendment. It will be in subsequent years when we will be replacing the main along with the service line, but this is strictly just for service lines.
So, but not in the same place as you're doing now?
No.
Because then you're gonna lay new road down, then you're gonna tear it up again if you replace the main.
We're not doing that, so yes, no, we're
So,
avoiding that.
what about the number of water main breaks that we have? Is that gonna get better, get worse, stay the same as a result of this, or?
Of this is just strictly for water, for lead service lines.
Right, but I mean, how, is it gonna affect the?
No.
Because I mean, to me,
yeah,
it seems like as long as we're digging all this up, we almost should be doing the water mains at the same time.
Well, we do have other planning efforts going into the next fiscal years that include the locations of water main breaks, as you recall from last Monday's meeting, where we have, the more planning we can do ahead of time, the better we can allocate some of these projects and rank them in priority. So yes, to answer your question, that is coming. We move as fast as we can, and there's times where we don't have enough funds to do a water main project because we also have to wait on IEPA permits for that.
And what are the water mains made of? Are they made of lead too?
The water mains, no, they're usually ductile iron or PVC.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. There is sufficient money available in the water and sewer fund. Any more questions? Roll call, please.
One question.
Alderman Guzman?
You did say there's sufficient money in the, okay, we're good. Thank you.
Roll call.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton. Aye. Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item C, resolution of intent to seek reimbursement for certain capital improvements through future bond proceeds. I did speak briefly with Mr. Schultz from the Finance Department. We would like to hold this over until the next meeting, and we'll have a little bit more discussion on actually what this really is. So item C is held over. Item D, resolution approving change order number 1 to the agreement with Seagrave Fire Apparatus LLC per section 2-458 subsection I-7 good faith waiver for the purchase of a pumper truck for $113,560. Can I get a motion on the floor first?
So move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Florian. Staff, no, the fire department is seeking approval for a change order for an existing contract with Seagrave Fire Apparatus LLC. The manufacturer has requested an additional $113,560 for the apparatus order. Per the manufacturer, they stated it is commercially impractical to build the engine for this existing price. The manufacturer has requested price changes with other agencies as well. Our administration held multiple meetings with Seagrave about the increase in the development and developed the attached amendment to order terms. I have a question.
Chief Pazer's unavailable. I can answer anything you may have.
All right, thank you, sir. This is an increase of $113,560.
It is. It's significant, and we realize that. They approached us and many other municipalities with the same issue. After COVID, all the material prices dramatically went up. They stated they can't build for the price they gave us, which was initially $647,000. We purchased that, we made that contract February of 2022. They do have an out in the contract that they can breach the contract and not build. Our thought was fine, we'd pursue another vendor and go elsewhere. Problem is, we're looking at a 3 to 4 year build time. We don't have that luxury. This is gonna replace a fire engine that's gonna be 29 years old, which is well beyond its lifespan. So in order to keep this on track, and we've worked in some other benefits where they will guarantee the engine will be delivered by September of next year. We have a parts voucher for $30,000, extended warranty for 10 years, and no other further increases, and it keeps us on track. So we felt, even though there's a significant increase, the benefits were something we had to stay with it.
All right. Alderman Hayes?
Is there a similar out in the contract this time around?
There is not. They have a line in there. Our attorneys have looked it over, stating there'll be no price increases. They have to honor it. So, yeah.
So this is the last change order?
Absolutely. And we did purchase a second engine 3 months after this one in February. That price holds as is, and there will be no change to that second engine.
Oh, okay.
So
all right,
it is
good.
critical that we proceed.
Good. Are there any questions? Alderman Guzman?
I think we just need to do a better job on these contracts because, I mean, $113,000, I mean, it wasn't our fault that they couldn't build it on time. If they would have done it earlier, our price would have held. So, I mean, these contracts needs to be done a little bit better.
One of the problems we've encountered across the board is just getting materials. With COVID, the supply chain stopped. So we're currently waiting on 2 ambulances. We've been waiting over 1.5 years for that. They still haven't given us a date on those. So without the supply chain up and running, everyone's encountering this. We're looking 3, 4 years, and it's hard to function. We're putting a lot of money into our current apparatus to keep them up and running.
No, I get that point. My problem is the price increase.
Yeah.
They agreed to this price. This is what we signed off on. And then just because it took so long, that's not my problem. My problem is this. You told me this, and that's it.
Well, didn't they say that they would deliver it for that price if we waited 5 years
Actually, they were going to cancel the contract.
Oh.
Because they said they were unable to produce it. They would take a loss.
Wow.
And we're, like I said, we're willing to walk away other than the fact there's no one else that can provide an engine in a timely fashion.
Where is this coming from in the budget? Is it coming from the
fire department?
So
let's
we did speak with the finance department. It's going to be
Is
coming
it-
from capital improvement, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a GO code.
Yep.
Thank God we have that money.
Yeah.
Do we have the money?
Yes, we
Yes,
have the
we
money.
do.
Okay.
All right, are there any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item E, resolution authorizing the procurement of firefighting turnout gear from W.S. Darley and Company per section 2-458 subsection I, sole source, and the amount not to exceed $43,485. Can, the Waukegan Fire Department is seeking permission to purchase 13 sets of Innotex Energy firefighting turnout gear. Each set of gear is $3,345 for a total price of $43,485. The vendor is W.S. Darling Company and is the sole provider. This amount is funded through GL code 100-3020-25469. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Bolton. Are there any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item F, resolution approving the application and acceptance of a grant from Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation for face mask and communication equipment in the amount of $28,534. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Florian.
Seconded.
Second by Alderman Hayes. Staff recommends that members of the Finance and Purchasing Committee authorize the mayor to adopt a resolution approving the application and acceptance of a grant from Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation for face masks and communication equipment in the amount of $28,534.50. If awarded, the new mask will replace existing masks that are currently 20 years old. Are there any questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye. Motion carried. Item G, resolution approving the application and acceptance of a grant from the Leary Firefighters Foundation for a Genesis combination tool in the amount of $14,440. The Waukegan Fire Department is seeking permission to apply for a grant to purchase one Genesis 11C-RIT Combi tool. This tool will be used for vehicle accidents and forcible entry into buildings. There is no local match required for this grant, and it will cover the amount quoted from Equipment Management Company of $14,400. Can I get a motion on the floor?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Seconded.
second by Alderman Hayes. Questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item H, resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection I-1, sole source, and approving the lease of live camera equipment from Flock Group, Inc. for a 2-year period in the amount not to exceed $62,500. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Motion
Seconded.
by Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Hayes.
Actually, I got some questions about this.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Motion by Alderman Hayes. The Waukegan Police Department is seeking the approval for the purchase, for the leasing of 10 Flock. This is a leasing agreement, correct? Leasing agreement of 10 Flock Safety Condor PTZ live cameras. The year one cost of the 10 cameras is $35,000, which includes the cameras, implementation, and installation. The year two cost of the 10 cameras is $27,500, which includes continued accessibility, maintenance, and support. We ask for the purchase to be approved for an amount not to exceed $62,500 for the 2-year contract. Alderman Guzman.
Where are these cameras or what are they for?
Sir, can you repeat the question?
What are these cameras and what are they for?
These are live flock cameras that are put up around the city and in locations that we predetermine with
Okay,
flock.
I'm good. Thank you.
Any more Alderman Florian?
I just have a comment. I think these cameras have been invaluable to us. I wish we could get 1,000 of them because I know we've had some instances where they've really helped us solve crimes, and I hope this means we'll solve even more crime as a result of this. So thank you for getting more of them in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
I definitely validate that. I've had quite a few of my constituents request these cameras, so thank you.
It may be useful because there are 2 flock items, and I apologize that they kind of got out of order. There's a separate one for the ALPR cameras. If the police could discuss the different purposes of these live cameras versus the ALPR cameras.
ALPR cameras are the automated license plate reader cameras that allow us to notate specific hits for specific vehicles that we're currently looking for, and to further our investigative options. The live cameras are actual live feed, real-time cameras that we can put around the city to actually, if there are incidents that happen, we can preemptively look out in those areas and put actual surveillance in those areas.
Thank you. Any more questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item I, resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458, subsection I-7, good faith waiver, and approving a contract with Lab Construction, Inc. for Police Department lower level interest remodeling in an amount not to exceed $198,750. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Hayes,
Second.
second by Alderman Florian. The Waukegan Police Department is seeking approval to accept the proposal offered by Lab Construction, Inc. to remodel the lower level entrance and front desk area of the police department. The current lower level front desk and lobby area have not been updated since being converted from a fire station to the current police department. The remodel would provide some of the following: ADA compliant and updated lobby and front desk for walk-in reports, ADA compliant control access restroom facility for the public, expand and update office and storage space for patrol supervisors, expanded and updated office space for sex offender registration and booking records management, and increase and improve improved officer safety and citizen experience. We have a motion on the floor. Are there any questions to this motion?
I do.
Alderman Guzman?
Yes. Who's that, Chief?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If we're looking to replace your building, why should we remodel it?
I can understand that, sir. Well, that's years away, and I think we've reached a very critical timeline here within the police department. We've been holding back on any projects at that front desk because we've always considered building a new station, and we see that the station is going to be out for a number of years. It's not even going to be within the timeline that I feel is critically needed for where we're at. The front desk area is falling apart. We have one window there to service the public. I get very, very many complaints. I know we get a lot of traffic complaints. We get other complaints in the city, but beyond traffic being one of the number one concerns and priorities of this city, the front desk is another one. It's not a welcoming environment. We don't have a bathroom there for the public. There are a lot of issues when people are waiting in line trying to use a bathroom. We don't offer a bathroom. We have one bathroom in the opposite end of the police department, which is sometimes not ideal when there's only one officer there to escort someone, and then there's a safety issue when we're trying to bring them through the building. That general area there hasn't been touched for a very, very long time. When people come in to file a police report, we only have one window. The window is it's a bulletproof window, but is old. It'll take a shotgun, it'll take a rifle blast, it will take a handgun blast, but not a rifle blast. So there's critical concern for the officers that are there with where we're at, with the amount of weapons we've confiscated this year and the amount of scenes that we went to where we picked up rifle shell casings. The window is not ADA certified. We do have issues with those that come in wheelchairs to try to give them the proper service. Again, there's only one window. With the amount of people we have coming in there today, we do need to. Having a bathroom there will end up taking need that our citizens are requesting on a continuous basis. That unfortunately would have to consist of special material so that one can access the building through the bathroom. And we also put in a need to have the officer control who goes in and out with having a second emergency entrance because we do think about some of our homeless residents or some people that may go in there to try to do other things like, consume some type of, or inject some type of drug paraphernalia. Because I'm trying to give better service to the public as they're coming in, I'd like to build out the current room that we have there so that we can fit our supervisors and assist as the lines come in with those that are waiting in line for service. So I'm trying to accommodate the residents that are coming in to give them the service that, the customer service that should be prioritized to them. The area where our officers are, where they currently take the reports, is not conducive anymore. I'm not sure if you did a walkthrough there, but it is falling apart. And I'm talking about from the ceiling tile to the floors to the walls. There's just nothing really that's very solvable in that entire area. And we are at a very critical point. And those are one of the major improvements that we need in order to conduct a more professionalized area for our residents when they're coming in to file reports.
I do agree it is falling apart, but okay. I like your response.
Are there any other questions? Were you finished, Alderman? Yes. Okay. Are there any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item J, resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458, subsection I-1, sole source, terminating existing agreement and approving a new 5-year agreement with Exxon Enterprises, Inc. for the purchase of police equipment for a total not to exceed amount of $2,799,999.96. Can I get a motion on the floor?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton. Second.
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Florian. Did anyone want to speak on this, or with the Exxon? Or I can read it.
Whichever you prefer. So we currently have a contract with Axon right now for equipment. It covers our tasers, our body cameras, and our in-squad cameras. What we want to do with this contract is we want to upgrade those things. As we talked about, and we keep talking about, is LPR readers and cameras and how important they are to the city. We have an opportunity through this contract to upgrade 25 of our squad cars to all LPR readers. And that way we'll take away the parts of the city that are missing. So flock is great. We have flock on different parts of the corners of the city. But by putting that technology into a squad car, those squad cars are traveling throughout the city and they're grabbing all that data constantly everywhere they go. And it's feeding into the Axon system we currently have. And that way they can use that data to solve crimes. We can program stuff in there, parking complaints, when we move to booting vehicles. Hey, if this car's bootable, we can put them in there, and a lot of different things we can program in to alert us when we come across that vehicle. Maybe we're looking for a vehicle for a certain investigation. If it doesn't pass through our flock camera on the street corner, we won't know where it's at. However, with these officers driving around and it hits on the squad car, it'll alert us to where that vehicle is right now. And it also has historical data. We were looking for a car a couple weeks ago because we do have 8 cars currently outfitted with this. We were looking for a car, or the other day that was wanted on a homicide suspect. And that car did pop 6 times in Waukegan through Axon. So that's probably one of the biggest parts of the contract is the LPR readers, but also included in this also is the body cameras. So the body cameras we have now are old technology. With the new technology, with the new body cameras, they have better streaming options. They have better field of vision, crisper video. We can also control it more. We can also tap into them and see them live off an officer's body cam. There's accessory port that we currently don't have that's on these things, and the charging mechanism's 100 times better. Right now, if an officer wants to charge their body cam while they're in the car, if it's running low, they have to plug a cord into it and plug it into the car, which tethers them to the car. And then when they get out, if they forget, we're snapping cords and that kind of stuff. With the new technology, with the new ones, it's magnetic. So if that happens, it just comes right off. And then the last component of this is the Taser 10. With our current tasers right now, Taser 7, you get 2 shots, and 2 shots only. The way to shoot it is you have to line it up and you shoot 2 darts across the body. And you have aiming 2, like a, 2 LED lights or 2 lasers, right? And then you try to shoot it and make sure that matches up. If you miss, you only get 1 more shot. And it is. And so we stagger 2 different cartridges in there. One's close quarters and one's far. So now our officers have to kind of decide, depending on how far they are from someone, they have to go in a high-stress critical situation and switch over from close to far. That doesn't always happen, and when that doesn't happen, we can miss. With the new Taser 10, it's 1 shot, 1 dart, and you get 10 shots versus 2. So as I come up and line up, I can shoot 1, I can shoot 2, and I get it. If I miss, I shoot 3, and I get it. So it's so much easier, it's a better technology, and it's easier for our officers in less lethal situations. If they come across somebody that we don't have to shoot, we can use a less lethal option with the Taser 10 opposed to the 7. It's a lot more useful. The 7, it's just hard. It really is hard to get that shot with lining up two prongs, and then, you know, I'm looking at trying to hit a leg and a body, and a leg is this big and high stress, that's hard to do, but by also trying to line up the second dot. Where this one, I hit 1, 1, 2, if I miss, I hit another one. So we would be switching over our complete inventory, trading in our 7s, getting credits for our 7s, and getting 10s. We're trading in our Fleet 2 camera systems in the squad cars, upgrading, getting the LPR readers, and then we'd be trading in our body cams, getting credits, and taking on the new body cameras. The nice thing about this contract is we already budgeted this fiscal year for the first year payment. The first year payment would stay the same. So in the payment, as of right now today, it doesn't cost the city any more money. And then what we would do as our future years go along, we'll rebudget this moving forward.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions?
I just have one question.
Yes,
Alderman Floria.
So you talked about, you said 25 of the rolling cameras you'll have on the cars?
Well, we will have 40, because
Okay.
we have 15 that we already purchased. We want to upgrade 25, so we'll have 40 cars rolling out.
All right, and you have 4 shifts, is that right? 2? Like,
Yes.
what I'm getting at is, so how are all those 40 cars out? I know we don't always have 40 on the road, but are we able to maximize how much they're on the road as opposed to sitting in someone's driveway for the 3 days they're off or whatever?
Yeah, so we're going to put them in parking enforcement vehicles. So those will be some that'll be on the street every day for parking enforcement. We're going to put them into traffic vehicles, so they'll be out there for traffic. And then we're going to have them in the patrol cars. At any given time, there's, depending on the shift, on night shift, there's going to be 20 cars at once going out.
Okay.
So, you know, our goal is to get that out, plus details. So when we're running special details throughout the city, whether it be a step enforcement detail for traffic or any of these gang enforcement details or any of these other details that we're running, they'll be in these vehicles as well. So at any given night, there's going to be anywhere from 20 to maybe all 40 vehicles hitting the street.
So, one last question, sorry. Is it something you can move easily from car to car, or once it's
No.
equipped, it stays there?
Yeah, it's a process that Axon, we paid for installation. So Axon comes out and installs it. It's not something easily movable. There's a lot of moving components to it. There's a SIM card. There's a lot of stuff to it. That's why we have them install it. It's professionally installed and it's semi-permanent. I mean, you could move it, but you'd have to have someone come out, remove the whole system and put a new one.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item K, resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Waukegan, the City of Zion, the City of North Chicago, and the County of Lake for the 2023 Burn Justice Assistance Grant, JAG Program Award. The Waukegan Police Department is eligible for the 2023 Illinois Local JAG allocations. The eligible funding amount for the City of Waukegan is $29,690. The City of Zion is eligible for funding in the amount of $12,416. The City of North Chicago is eligible for funding in the amount of $10,519. Lake County is a disparate jurisdiction to which the City of Waukegan, the City of Zion, and the City of North Chicago have each agreed to distribute $1,500. The City of Waukegan will have $28,190 to spend on allowable JAG items. Zion will have $10,916 to spend on JAG allowable items. North Chicago will have $9,019 to spend on JAG allowable items. And the Lake County will have $4,500 to spend on JAG allowable items. The City of Waukegan will serve as the fiscal agent. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion by Alderman Florian, second by Alderman Hayes. Are there any questions to this motion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item L, resolution waiving competitive bidding for section 2-458, subsection I-1, sole source, and approving an agreement with Flock Group, Inc. for a 5-year lease of ALPR cameras and services in a total amount of $560,500. Can I get a motion on the floor?
I so move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton.
Second.
Second by Alderman Florian. And this is to lease Fire Department 20 Flock cameras, Safety Falcon LPR cameras for the Police Department. Are there any questions?
I have.
Alderman Good.
Oh, go ahead, you're first.
Out of curiosity, with this new approach, how is the data maintained? Is it by our police department, or how's it navigated?
Flock maintains the data, and then we have access to it through the internet.
Inside the vehicles?
Yes, wherever we have an internet access point, we're able to get on and review the information.
Thank you.
How long is the contract for?
This contract will be for 5 years.
So with $560,000, why are we leasing? Why not purchasing and using it ourselves?
Because we don't actually purchase the cameras. The cameras belong to Flock. What we're doing is we're purchasing the information that we're getting from Flock.
Well, that's my question. Why don't we do it ourselves? Or find somebody who can do it for us, or instead of paying somebody to lease something and we never own?
So Flock is one of those companies that are leading the market on this, and they don't offer that. We can't buy it from them. So what we do is we actually pay for the purchase of it initially, and it's not necessarily the purchase, but we're buying that first year with installation included. So always the first year is higher. And then what happens after that, we pay, I think it's $27.50 per camera per year to do it. So going with a 5-year contract, they actually broke it down and gave us a discount from $2,750 to $2,500. So that's why we went out for a 5-year lease. Even though it's $500,000, it's only $100,000 a year. We're not paying the whole 5 now. We're going to pay $100,000 each year for 5 years, and that gets us a discounted price. We wish we could buy this, but it's the way this company runs, and they're the leader in the industry. That's just how they do business. They say, hey, we give you the camera. The good thing about not owning it, though, on the flip side of that is if it breaks, they replace it for free. If something happens to it, they come out and change it. It's their camera. So we get uninterrupted service. If we do have interrupted service, we get credits for our time that's interrupted. So a good example, it took them 6 months to put one camera up because of permitting. They took that 6 months and gave us credits back on our contract and extended the life of it. So anything that goes down, they're responsible for it. So even though it is a lease, we don't own it. At the same time, we're not out if it breaks.
And just as a little bit of background, the value that the Flock cameras give are not really necessarily in the optics of the cameras. It's the network that they're connected to and the software that allows you to track basically a license plate that could be hit starting in the south side of Chicago all the way up here So we're really purchasing access to the Flock network, not as, the cameras are not necessarily the most important part of it.
Yeah, I'd like
So
to add,
with that being, I'm sorry, so with that being said, instead of owning and leasing, the benefit would be as automation advances, because we're leasing, we get the latest automation.
right.
Would you allude to that? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. If the cameras need to be upgraded and the technology gets better, they come out and change out our camera. Also, too, as Mr. Weiss said, we're also getting data from, right now, I think we share with almost 100 different agencies. With that 100 different agencies, to include some major cities and towns around here, when their car goes through that intersection and hits in their town, we get it. We get all that data. So if we're looking for a vehicle and it's traveling through Kenosha, we can track it. One of our last homicides at the Barwell Manor, we actually were able to track through Flock, the offending vehicle, heading straight up into Wisconsin, and then through our CCD and junction with other PDs, they went and caught the guy in Kenosha. And it all was with help of this technology and system. So it is very helpful, and we shared our data as well to other towns that help solve their crimes. So, you know, it's kind of one of those, I think we get the best of all worlds, and even though we are leasing it, like I said, we're not responsible if it breaks.
Alderman Florian?
You alluded to permitting problems. Was that City of Waukegan?
No,
permitting
so
problems?
if you go to put up cameras and it's an IDOT or county road, we have to get a permit from them. And sometimes that process takes a little bit. All Waukegan roads we don't have to worry about because we're the agent responsible for those.
Is there any way to make some kind of agreement, like when they want to use, do they ever need our permission? Like, so we
They do.
speed up the process?
Yeah, so in North Chicago put a camera on our property, and we allowed that to happen because we get the data as well. So
Right, well, why wouldn't the county be the same way? Like,
it's not Lake County Sheriff, unfortunately, it's the county of Lake. So if it was up to the Lake County Sheriff, they would be all 100% on board. Because it's the county of Lake, it goes through their board. Same with the Illinois Department of Transportation, goes through their board. Since they have boards, the board has to meet on it, they have to vote on it. But since this has become so popular and spread throughout our county, the process is getting very streamlined compared to the beginning.
well, I know the county wanted to put one on Zion property at one time and had a problem with it. So they should be aware of the fact that you want to speed up the process.
Yeah, for sure. And I could say from dealing with myself prior with all this, the process is definitely streamlined from where it was.
Okay.
It's a lot faster.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried. Item M, resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458, subsection I3, joint purchasing, authorizing the expenditure of funds on the procurement of computers and other IT equipment from CDW government in the amount not to exceed $750,000. Can I get a motion on the floor?
So move.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Hayes. IT staff requests a resolution increasing purchasing authority from CDWG to $750,000 for fiscal year 2024 to support city end-of-life computer equipment replacement projects, maintenance, licensing, and services, including remediation on the city computer infrastructure to support and maintain our cybersecurity defense posture. City Council approved purchasing from CDWG in February 2023 for IT commodities, maintenance, and professional services. Is Ron here, or are there any, first, or are there any questions? Being none, Ron, there's no questions, so roll call, please.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Number 3 is reports and communications. In the interest of time, we are way behind. We did get a report on all the reports and communications on your, at your place. If you have any questions, feel free to contact Don or Sherry at the Finance Department. And can I entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Bolton,
Second.
second by Alderman Hayes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are adjourned at 6:55 PM. Thank you.
.657, and we have a code revisions, appeals, and negotiations. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Actually, I'll do the roll on this. Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Guzman.
Present.
Alderman Donaworth. Alderman Hayes.
Present.
Okay.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
You
I
have a
am-
quorum.
I am going to ask at this time that we hold this committee over until the next city council meeting, due to the fact that we are already at 7 o'clock and we don't want to keep residents here all night. So if we can have a first and a second to that.
I so moved.
First.
Okay.
Okay, well, I heard an absolutely over from Alderman Bolton.
Second.
Okay. Alderman Donenworth.
Question, Mayor, before we go forward. Okay, so we held something over last time. Why isn't it on here?
It can all be held over one more time.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds great.
And then what we will do is do it at the very next city council meeting, which will actually be right after Labor Day.
Sounds great.
Okay? Roll call, please.
So this is a motion to move all agenda items on the August 21st agenda for code revisions to a special code revision, well, a as-needed code revisions meeting on Tuesday, September 5th. Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Donaworth.
Aye.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Mayor Taylor.
Aye. Thank you so much to the committee for holding it over. I just think in the interest of the public, we should do that so that they're not here so late this evening. Thank you very much. A motion to adjourn?
Hold on.
Motion. Seconded.
Donenworth and Hayes was second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Up at their place, please. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start our meeting. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hayes.
Present.
Alderman Bolton.
Present.
Alderman Guzman.
Present.
Alderman Martinez.
Present.
Alderman Felix.
Present.
Alderman Newsome.
Present.
Alderman Turner.
Present.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Present.
Alderman Florian.
Present.
Mayor Taylor.
Present.
Do you have a quorum, ma'am?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This evening, the invocation will be given by Pastor Perry Pullum from the Shiloh Baptist Church. Thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you, Mayor, and a correction. The pastor of Shiloh Baptist Church is Pastor Charles Adams.
One of the ministers there. But it's another opportunity. And thank you for this privilege, this honor. Let us go to the throne of grace of God. Mighty God, merciful God, we thank you for another day, a day we haven't seen before. We ask for your blessings on the people who have been called to lead this community in which we live. Remind them that they are not only leaders, but they're also servants. They are servants, and their responsibilities and ours to serve and love one another as we love ourselves. We are all called to respect and protect the least of those among us, the children, the elderly, the poor, those who are hungry, those who have no home, those who are ill in body, mind, and spirit, the strangers, the immigrants in our midst, those who live on the margin and those who are alone, and yes, those who are forgotten. Lord God, grant them and us the wisdom and courage to know and do what is right and good and true. Jesus Christ taught his disciples what was referred to as the Lord's Prayer. In one of the verses it says, "Thy will be done." Well, Lord, we're here. Guide us, convict us to do your will. Holy Spirit, live in us, convict us, and commit us to do your will. This I ask in the perfect, powerful name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, Jesus Christ. And let the children of God say amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This evening during Mayor's comments, before I get going, I want to make a couple of reminders about the quorum. Number one, we cannot have people standing in front here. That is an Open Meetings Violation Act because the camera cannot see the council. Second of all, please silence phones while you're here because it is disruptive to speakers and it's disruptive to the council. Again, I want to welcome everybody to the August 21st Waukegan City Council meeting. Again, to ensure the transparency, we put up our meeting on Friday, no later than 5 o'clock. It's usually out there before that. And you can see all the agenda of all the items that are coming up. Some general comments. Congratulations to Waukegan High School graduate Malin Tapia on being awarded the first scholarship from the Waukegan Police and Fire Department, or Memorial, as she heads for Dominican University. Malin's winning essay highlighted why she wants to make a difference in the law enforcement arena. August 31st is National Overdose Awareness Month. Please wear purple on that day in recognition. Tomorrow, prospective students from ages 16 to 24, community partners, and anyone interested in learning about the Youth Conservation Corps, known as YCC, their program, are invited to their open house from 2:30 to 5:30 p.m. at the headquarters at 1020 Greenwood Avenue. Stop to see how a young person can earn a high school diploma or GED, industry-recognized certifications, and valuable life skills while getting paid. On Thursday, August 24th at 6 p.m., this is important, developers, business owners, and the public are welcome to a presentation on off-street parking reform here in the council chambers. There's notifications outside that you can see. They're both in English and in Spanish. We are modernizing our codes and ordinances into what we call a unified development ordinance. And this has been in the process for, we started it before COVID. It kind of got away from us during COVID, and we're really hoping by the first of the year and around that range to start bringing this to council. But this is your chance to learn about it. It includes off-street parking and landscape changes, and the meeting will be held live streamed on the city's YouTube channel. 5th Ward, Alderman Newsom is hosting a summer dumpster drop and collection, including tires off their rims and electronics collected for recycling next Saturday, August 26th, from 8 to noon, with the dumpster located near the corner of Greenwood Avenue and Delaware Road. This is an excellent opportunity to get rid of your stuff. Many of the aldermen have had their dumpster drives already. I know Alderman Martinez had his this last week. Alderman Florian and Alderman Turner have had one already, and there will be some others that are coming down the road. Take this opportunity to get rid of your stuff. The city continues to hone our processes to better serve our residents, and to that end, the tree removal permit application has been moved 100% online. This will eliminate multiple visits to city yards and streamline the approval process across the departments, including Public Works, Planning and Zoning, and Engineering. Of course, Public Works will still field the phone calls about the process. When you came to City Hall tonight, you passed a diaper collection box in the lobby. The city is partnering with Keeping Families Covered to raise diaper need awareness. National research reports 1 in 3 families struggles with diaper needs, and purchasing enough diapers to keep a child clean can consume 14% of a low-wage family's post-tax income. If you can help by donating, it would be greatly appreciated, and it will help stabilize families' economic prospects. As many of you have heard, this week, Wednesday and Thursday, we're hitting a heat wave. Our beaches are probably going to be crowded. We don't have many of our beach rangers. They have gone back to school. So I'm asking you, if you go down, please clean up after yourself, and please be careful in going around to the beach. You know, again, we don't ever have lifeguards, but we do have rangers that are down there that can help, but they have gone back to school. So you're on your own. Please keep our beach clean. It's important. Lastly, I want to thank the police department, and particularly Chief Navarro. We were down on Genesee Street this week, or they were down there. This was something that we have been constantly talking about and came up with a plan, and it was finally executed this weekend. It went off very well. And we will continue to be in areas that are problems in our city. As we all know, these are basically a version of a flash mob. They're happening across the country, and we will continue to be on top of that. I'm going to continue with some remarks before we dive into the City Council meeting this evening. And I want to take this opportunity to address a few issues that arose last week. Some of you here this evening and watching at home may recall that during our last meeting, I spent a few moments talking about Waukegan's form of government, a mayoral role of government, and our 9 elected alderperson who work as legislators. I will reiterate some of that message this evening and have a few more comments regarding the special city council meeting that was called by 3 Waukegan alderpersons last Wednesday, but lacked a quorum, which is a majority of this council's attendance. As I said 2 weeks ago, it is the alderperson's job to bring legislation forward. So in some respects, I applaud those members of the council who actually want to do legislative work. But regretfully, the meeting that was called was flawed in countless aspects, and I want to take you through how our team at Waukegan City Hall views this meeting. Our meetings work under state and local, and in some cases, federal law as well. This is why our city corporate council guides our city as we conduct our people's business. When legislation is being put forward, it must be vetted to ensure compliance with various laws, rules, and regulations. This special meeting that was announced for last Wednesday did not have a single item that would have been legally actionable, as no information was given to the public, our staff, our lawyers, or the majority of the city council on this makeshift agenda, which lacked crucial details for doing public business. There is a process for legislation, and at times the process can be tiring and frustrating. Still, the process keeps us within the legal guidelines to run the city while ensuring transparency and accountability for all. In other words, it saves us from getting sued. So I want to talk about the process we go through when meetings are held here on the first and third Monday of each month. When I became an alderman, 8 years ago, all questions about city operations had to be sent through the mayor's office to be answered. That is no longer the case. The alderperson can schedule meetings with department heads anytime they feel like. Before I took office, at least during my 2 years under Mayor Motley and 4 years under Mayor Cunningham, there were no bi-weekly aldermanic briefings. From day one, this administration has been open and gone above and beyond to include alderpersons in conversations to ensure transparency, accountability, and real results for our residents and businesses. We start the process to bring the actionable items forward with bi-weekly automatic briefings in compliance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act. With the support and input of our staff and corporate counsel, legislation is brought through various committees where our alderpersons can discuss and amend any legislation and allow the public to have their voice heard. Then when items make it to the city council to be voted on after discussion and public comment, again, our alderpersons can discuss and amend legislation. Many behind-the-scenes actions are required to move the city forward in a legally compliant and resident-focused manner. Let me direct the reason the meeting called by Alderman Turner and Alderperson Donenworth and Alderperson Felix failed to reach a quorum was because a majority of this city council did not even know what the meeting was being called for. Nor did many of the alderpersons or anyone in my mayor's office even receive a phone call about what the meeting was going to entail, nor to check on the availability before publicly posting the meeting. Alderperson Turner, who did not sign the Illinois Municipal League Civility Pledge, has demeaned our members of this council and me. Still, the truth is that this week's effort to hold a meeting without any transparency was rich with hypocrisy. There was no transparency regarding this meeting, and the process I outlined earlier, legally, with legal staff and public discussion, actually gives people faith in our government and ensures we are legally compliant. Adding insult to injury, I find it ironic that we have a crucial meeting of the whole last week where the council members discussed how the city would spend $130 million of revenue over the next decade and have the opportunity to question staff and multiple departments. Yet again, the members of the city council who refused to sign a pledge of civility did not show up for this meeting. I also want to make note that this meeting was scheduled far in advance and notified multiple times. Speaking of finances, these wasteful ad hoc special meetings cost the city of Waukegan and our taxpayers thousands of dollars. So moving forward, I kindly ask our alderpersons to just engage with others on this council and with our city staff respectfully in a manner in which people are given notice of the items to be discussed and to work with our city staff and our corporate counsel. The respectful time to raise issues is during aldermanic briefings, not special meetings, and not blindsiding staff on the dais without first speaking with the department heads. By doing this, we treat everyone in Waukegan equally, transparently, and respectfully. We don't cut backroom deals to political donors or to our favorite businesses. That is not the government of the people that we want. So I encourage our alderpersons to go through the proper process if they see things that they want changed in our community. The city is not in the business of doing special deals for anyone, no matter how much we may like a person or a company or an event. This is a transparent government of the people, and we want the government that I promised that I would have when I was elected. So we will continue to have transparency in this administration. Things will be posted. Aldermen, all of the aldermen, and myself will be given the respect of being told about things before they actually get done. With that said, again, I want to remind people with the heat this week, please check on your neighbors, especially the elderly. There are people that do not have air conditioning in this city who need some place to go for an hour to cool off. So please, if you can open your home for your neighbor and be that citizen that takes care of each other, please do so. That concludes my comments. There being no resolutions, proclamations, presentations, or appointments, audience time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a number of people here. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm going to start with the first list, and I'm going to name a number of you in a row. I'm going to call your name. Please proceed to the east side of the room and be lined up so you can go right ahead on your time. The first 5 will be Chuck Ruxtalis, Kathy Charity, Jim Domiano, Carlos Smith, and Brandon Holmes. Chuck Ruxtalis, Kathy Charity, Jim Domiano, Carlos Smith, Brandon Holmes. Please be aware the camera will not be on you per this administration, but please state your name so we know who's talking. Go ahead.
Chuck Ruxtalis. The first thing I would like to do is thank Alderman Newsom for the things she's getting done in the 5th Ward. Appreciate her effort and her follow-up on things. The second item I have is, do we have an alternative to Xfinity Comcast Internet in this city? Apparently the broadband committee has been disbanded. I was out 15 days of internet. They came back with a $24 credit on a almost $200 bill. So I'd like to make sure that the sole source agreement that we agreed to in the 80s when I was alderman, that gets looked at every 5 years according to that ordinance. Definitely looking into the grant and funding oversight for that broadband committee by this board, the alderman. I made a comment last time about alderman's salaries. Alderman Florin took issue with that. I was suggesting that the aldermen that spend just meeting time on this, if you equate that salary to an hourly basis, it's about $230 an hour. And they get paid health care and expenses for being chairman and other expenses in there. My take is aldermen need to focus on priorities. I was glad to see police and fire priorities on expenditures tonight. You guys are granting zoning variances against staff recommendations, especially the downtown area. And we haven't really addressed the air, water, and public safety issues that Alderman Hayes suggested that he was going to have in his subcommittee for environment. We've had an 8-year study on the coal ash. We had 34 deaths. Alderman Turner, how many gun violence money have you paid out over your 8 years compared to the 34 deaths that were caused by the coal ash down at the coal plant. They equate those coal ash values as $7.3 million per person. And Alderman Turner, you kind of laughed when we said life expectancy was less in Waukegan versus Lake County. It's not a joke. We also provided questions to Alderman Hayes to ask Medline about ETO. We'd like to get some answers.
Thank you, Mr. Ruxtalis. Kathy Charity, please. State your name.
Hi, Kathy Charity, Waukegan. Good evening, Mayor and Alderman, City Alderman. I come before you not to receive accolades or hand claps from the audience, but I come to express my concerns and views regarding the city of Waukegan. The first ward, my alderman, needs strength. And we need monthly meetings in order to come together to make a change for the better of the ward instead of just every month a dumpster being put out. Have you ever tried communicating with North Chicago on the other side of 10th Street? It's still a war zone. A few weeks ago, I had texted my alderman about not seeing a city cleaner. I think it had been about a month, glass, trash, all in front of my residence. I see them now. Thank you. I also want to tap on about when Spanish is used by a few aldermen for their constituents. Yes, that's all good. But what about the Chinese, the Filipinos, the Germans, the Africans, the Italians, and the beat goes on? Today's technology have CC on every device and every network, which means closed caption. I have a grandson who is deaf. He also uses caption. No one is trying to interpret for him. He can't even see the podium of who's talking. Thank God he can read lips. Also, I'm so aggravated when everybody wants to throw their own this and that, like the parade. This is USA. The Independence Parade is open to every nationality, race, creed, color, meaning everyone. When people come to this country, everyone should learn the laws of the land and abide by it. Not come over here, fly your flags, and trying to take over everything. Years ago, I remember the mayor of Waukegan said, when everybody came up to try to protest the matricular ID, it was jam-packed, people from all walks of life. He said, no, this is my town, and that was it. Many people came to Waukegan to protest, and they was upset. Now, the city hall meetings, I always hear about, we're the 60, we're the 70, we're the 90%, we're the majority. This is Waukegan. It doesn't matter who's the majority. This is America, and most of the majority are undocumented. My insurance has gone up a few times while I've been here in Waukegan. Why? I asked my agent. She said, because of the demographics. What do you mean about the demographics? Population and so many accidents. No wonder so many people have moved the city of Waukegan. The best is yet to come. Things will improve, and it will change by 2024. It's just around the corner.
Thank you, Ms. Charity. Jim Domiano.
I'm Jim Damiano, representing Horse Feathers at 129 North Genesee in downtown Waukegan. Saturday the 12th, downtown Waukegan, minors drinking alcohol, public consumption of alcohol and smoking of marijuana, public urination, excessive car and people noise for hours on end starting at 11 p.m. Nearly 100 people milling about on Genesee Street for hours, not walking bar to bar, not even spending their money in those bars, just hanging out, drinking booze that they brought from home. Smoking weed. I saw 2 fights. One of those fights, there was 15 participants in. Saw a woman literally had her wig ripped off her head. That's not, nobody's saying the next day, yeah, I had a great time last night. Someone snatched my wig off my head. Cops had to be pulled in from across the town to handle the problems. Over 100 citations were issued. Took over an hour to clear the streets. It is unacceptable that any business negatively impacts other individuals or businesses without being held accountable. It is unacceptable that any business is the reason Waukegan has to deploy dozens of cops in a massive effort to prevent something bad from happening. I want to thank Ann Taylor and George Bridges and Janet Kilkenny for taking me seriously and working with Police Chief Navarro and the entire Waukegan PD to deploy resources this past Saturday. It did go well. I want to call out Keith Turner and Victor Felix, who were on the streets Friday, Saturday, Sunday, super late, And by the way, I don't go home when the doors close at Horse Feathers. I got the second half of my job I got to do. And Horse Feathers thanks the entire Waukegan PD for what you did that night and continue to do every day and night. But our reputation in this town is bad. Again, people who used to hang out at the brewery until close and leave at 10 p.m. Genesee Theater patrons, bam, they're out of here. Linda, the owner of La Opera on the corner over here, she's afraid to leave her business late at night. So she closes earlier, doesn't even open. Jennifer, the owner of Horse Feathers, has me hanging around most nights late because she's not comfortable walking out, much less walking out with her deposit. I got to do the deposit during the day now because of this. So overall revenue's down. And we've been told by current and former customers it's because of the reputation of Waukegan. If these businesses cannot operate responsibly, shut them down. The casino and some dispensaries aren't going to solve your problems here in Waukegan. And unless your plan is to become a husk of a city like Gary, Indiana, start taking aggressive actions now. We've been here 40 years, longer than most of you. And just to clarify a last point here, Waukegan is 100% female, Hispanic, and queer owned. I am not the owner, I speak for the business.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carlos Smith. Go ahead, state your name, sir.
Just need a second, sorry. My name's Carlos Smith. I live 223 Washington Street. I own a crazy place, 208 North Genesee. I mentioned to you guys maybe about 6 months ago that Genesee Street would change. I mentioned to you guys that there would be more open business after 10 o'clock. And I also stated that there would be more liquor license, I guess, issued at that time. So I did some research and counted. There is 9 liquor licenses on Genesee Street. In that are open from 10 to 2 a.m. And they all have to close at the same time. There were no proactive measures took before there was a fight. The city, and I'm not pointing the finger at any individual, but as a group, you guys maybe failed a little bit. I need to do better, and also police need to do better. It's a collective thing. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody individually. It is a shared responsibility. There is about 200 people, 200, 300 people all released all at the same time on one street, yes. As Jim said, that last Saturday was unacceptable. Not acceptable on me being a business owner, and they all didn't come from my location. But I understand that I could be the guy that's getting the finger pointed at him. I get that, I take that. I like that actually. But at the same time, I'm here for a solution. I'm here to figure out any type of remedy. Last week, this Saturday passed, I think the police did a good job, but also they approached it more so enforceful, like enforcing something versus kind of just protecting. Patrons were asking them, well, why y'all out here? Why are you guys out here? And what they said was, we're here because there was a fight last week. No. Just say, we're here to protect the street. We're here to protect the citizens. We're here to make sure it's a safe environment. Don't bring up the fight that happened last week. We get that part, and I'm not shadowing over that. But the language that we're using is important. The mayor mentioned there was a mob, a flash mob, in her opening statements. Well, I don't know which one it was. If it was a flash mob or if it was the customers coming out the bar, I don't know which one it is. You know what I'm saying? So if we can't identify correctly what the problem is, we darn sure can't fix it. And Mayor, I'm not sure who told you it was a flash mob. Maybe it was, I don't know. But I don't even know what a flash mob is, in a sense of if they were patrons or not. The point is, I spent the same amount of money that everybody else spent on the block. So you record me, put this on live. I spent the same amount of money everybody else spent. I'm no less than nobody else on the block. I'm black though.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Mr. Brandon Holmes. Oh, please do, sir.
Okay. My name is Brandon Holmes. I'm currently the general manager of the Crazy Place. Unlike Carlos, I do not agree with the fact that the police did a good job. And the reason why I'm saying that is because week in, week out, I watch the police post up on the different corners as they walk patrons across the street from these different businesses that are out there when it's crowded, when it's packed. That's not the same energy that the Waukegan Police Department displayed this weekend. I've never seen them block off roads where patrons can't come to the businesses. Period, point blank. There was no reason for that. This weekend, they blocked off the roads. People are telling us, hey, we have to walk 2 blocks to get here. Now, if you guys are saying that you're trying to prevent things, do it the same way that you do it when you do it for Genesee Theater. You park on the side, you have your lights on, and you make sure people are going to where they need to go. All these petty citations they are writing and things of that nature, in a sense of trying to keep the peace, is not doing that, in my personal opinion. It's making a lot of people frustrated, upset, and they wondering, are the police trying to do their job or not? The guy from Horsefeather came up here and said all that garbage, the same stuff that they had in the post that I read. It's a whole bunch of garbage. Those people do not leave the pub around the corner at 10 o'clock. They were out there 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. If they're so scared as you got up here and just proudly stated, what are you doing walking them somewhere? If it's that chaotic and it's that much trouble, why are they still open that late if it's what you're saying it is? In my opinion, it's not. Everybody comes and concoct all these wild stories in a sense to try to antagonize or put down these black businesses that are open and try to say that they're the reason behind all this, but we got to keep the citizens responsible. I will give you credit because you said they brought liquor from home, but that's not a problem with a Crazy Place and none of the other establishments up and down there. And if we're being honest, Horsefeather, nobody's in there. Nothing is going on there. Like you got up here and said all that to bash and say what, man? Like it's not good, it's not healthy for anybody to be combating and fighting with each other versus coming up with a solution because we're all on the same strip. So before you guys talking about, oh, the police did a great job for you, because it did not disrupt nothing that you had going on at Horsefeather, because nothing is going on at Horsefeather. But it did for the other businesses that's down there that is trying to thrive and paid everything that they have to pay. That's it.
Thank you, sir. The next group will be Neil Cajos, Jack Dye, Abraham Dominguez, Brother Blanks, Margaret Carrasco, and Randy Sobecki. Neil Cajos, Jack Dye, Abraham Dominguez, Brother Blanks, Margaret Carrasco, Randy Sobecki. Mr. Neil, go right ahead and make sure you state your name.
Hello, my name is Neil Schuss, and I'm a resident of Waukegan. I really don't have a comment as much as a question, and it's not meant to be rhetorical. Whose meeting is this?
Ann's.
I'll repeat it. Whose meeting is this?
Ann's.
In the New Sun this week, there was a quote from the mayor saying that last week's special meeting was not her meeting. So whose meeting is this tonight? And it appears as though none of you answer questions tonight. So I'm just asking, whose meeting is this meeting when the city council has meetings? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Jack Dye.
Hello, guys.
Hold on. Mr. Jack Dye.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No worries, no worries. I'm Jack Dye, 235 Gillette. First and foremost, I'm going to start off that Saturday. I'm going to say that the Waukegan Port District has the Waukegan Airport Air Show, Saturday, September 9th. Gates open at 9:30. Show starts at noon. They're going to have the A-10 Warthog, the F-18 Growler. Tickets are $15 online before September 1st and $20 cash at the gate. And then the other thing I want to talk about briefly, you guys have a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of agenda items, a lot of things to talk about, and a lot of citizens of Waukegan have a lot to say about a lot of things going on. And I saw it here in old business, resolution approving a lease with the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce that was held over from a prior meeting. And I look and say, you guys are spending a lot of time on something that, Mayor Taylor mentioned the ad hoc costs are thousands of dollars. You're talking about whether or not this is a good thing to have the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce in the city building. I just want to say a few things that I personally observed as a community member, as being involved in local governments in different forms, and as a business owner. The Chamber promotes all businesses in the city of Waukegan and spurs tangible economic benefit, which is to the benefit of the city of Waukegan. I've been in their space. The space is relatively small. It's not really much, doesn't really cost a lot, but it's not really a big space. It's not really usable to a lot of people. And again, is there a rate for a nonprofit? You could charge them a lot more, but I work for a nonprofit myself, and I can tell you the more I spend on rent, the less I help out my companies, my clients. So those are things to think about when you're making your decisions on what to do with this little issue here. The space, other nonprofits could possibly use that space, but I don't know of another nonprofit in the city that works with the city of Waukegan to help the city of Waukegan businesses the way they do. There may be some I'm not aware of, but that's just my opinion. And finally, I think that's a very important group and organization to the city. The city elected officials attend all their events. I've seen the ribbon cuttings. I've been to the events. I've seen a lot of elected officials there taking photo ops, cutting ribbons. And that's, I think it's really, really amazing to me that we have to have 2 meetings, carry this thing over, have a big discussion on whether or not this is good for the city of Waukegan. I think it's a no-brainer personally. I think that's something that should move forward. Businesses of Waukegan help out the city of Waukegan businesses economically and bringing new businesses in. And hopefully some of the other business owners around here have worked with the Chamber of Commerce to have something good or bad to say about them, but let everyone know. Because I think that all of you guys up there, to make a good decision, I think you guys need to think about those type of things. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Dye. Mr. Abraham Dominguez.
Okay. Hey, guys. My name is Abraham Dominguez. I'm here because I've heard a lot of issues around the city. I don't know what's going on with the police department and how they're handling things, but it doesn't seem good if we're praising the officers when they're violating the law and trying to get a 15-year-old on to force out a confession when he was never, when he never committed that crime. And you guys don't give any punishment to that officer, whether it's firing, fines, nothing. And I think it's a shame on all of you guys. You guys could bring something up, but you guys don't bring anything up. And it's not even the first incident. You guys could have even fired more officers for the incident that happened with that one woman that I forgot her name. But I also wanted to say that I don't know how popular this is, but I think would benefit Waukegan if you guys came out with a wage plan to increase wages in Waukegan. The minimum wage needs to be $20 or higher. I understand that may not be something that's 100% popular, especially with the small businesses, but we can start with big businesses that already pay close to that wage or that wage. And also, I do not agree with the stipulations. I don't know if these are true about the parade, the Mexican Independence Parade. I don't know why you guys are limiting it to just 60 people. Are you kidding me? I don't know why you guys are not saying no cars, no floats, nothing special. It just doesn't sit right with me, and it shouldn't sit right with anybody else. And also, you guys need to work better with fixing the roads, fixing our roads, fixing our pavements. They're not getting fixed. They're just getting patched. And this is ridiculous, and we live in a big city. You guys get a lot of money. You guys can afford to set aside some money to fix them up, to make them brand new. Decades and decades go by, and we don't get anything. I don't know what's up with that.
Perfect timing. Anyway, I had another one going. Mr. Brother Blanks, thank you.
Brother Blanks, Black Abolition Movement for the Mind. Mayor, you alluded to the last city council meeting that Black Abolition Movement for the Mind had declined the fire hydrant painting contract because we primarily work with the youth in construction. That's not necessarily true. It can be quite misleading. I don't know if you got the misinterpretation, but that's not why we declined that contract. In fact, painting is a part of construction. On another note, first and foremost, Alderwoman Florian and Alderman Jose Guzman, I appreciate you speaking up as it relates to the Waukegan Civilian Office of Police Accountability. In fact, many in Waukegan and Lake County took to the streets in record numbers in protest regarding the police killing of George Floyd. As Black Abolition Movement for the Mind now calling for real police accountability in Waukegan through the establishment of a Waukegan Civilian Office of Police Accountability, now is not the time for the silence of the people of Waukegan, but time to demonstrate the same momentum and motivation for right here at home for our own future Waukegan and Lake County generations as we demonstrated for the high-profile and popular case of Mr. Floyd. If we are genuine and sincere regarding police accountability, then we know real police accountability begins right here at home. So I appreciate you two aldermen, and I really would have thought that I would hear from more aldermen, particularly in our first ward, where many of our police excessive force and brutality cases originated from. I'm just saying, oftentimes we'll step to this mic and we'll talk about how the police is not doing what they should be doing, but here's an opportunity for some real police accountability in this city and for future generations, and I just don't think anybody should be quiet, even if you're against the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. Say something, but silence is agreement. If you do not like the issues with going on with the police department, you want some real accountability, don't sit here and wait till the next death of somebody that's kin to you by excessive force and then say, oh, it's time to do something. No, they are going through the collective bargaining agreement right now, and if you want real police accountability, don't sit and say nothing when it's time to do something, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Blanks. Margaret Carrasco. Following Margaret will be Randy Sobecki, if you want to get ready, sir.
Let's see how we're going to do the turn. We didn't think about the turn. Hold on a second. Okay, ¿y luego regresaste? Okay, ustedes estás aquí. Maribel, Vero. Is that okay? Stu? That's okay? Yeah, okay. Okay, good evening. Tonight, we are here to personally invite the entire community to, besides the parade on September 17th that kicks off at noon, but also to our beauty pageant that we have. It's our culture and our tradition to have this beauty pageant each year. This year, we did things a little bit different. We opened the pageant up to all young ladies in Waukegan, regardless of race and nationality. Okay? We have approximately 20 young ladies that are vying to be the queen for Waukegan, and I want to present the director.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Delgado, and I'm the director of this Miss Waukegan, Miss Fiestas Patrias. Hello, my name is Veronica Valenzuela, and I'm assistant to them. Hello, my name is Maribel Mendoza. I am a coordinator of Fiestas Patrias Waukegan 2023. Thank you.
Okay, and we're just going to introduce each one of our contestants that are here present, and like I said, not all of them are here. Maybe we'll leave the banner down, or someone can just grab it. You want to pass the microphone? Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Rocio Gonzalez, and I'm representing Dominican Republic.
Okay, next.
Hi, I'm Haley Salcedo, and I'll be representing Belize.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Zavala, and I'll be representing Zacatecas. Hi, my name is Mia Lopez, and I'm going to be representing Mexico.
Hello, my name is Leslie Gonzalez, and I'll be representing Michoacán.
Hi, my name is Mariana Campos, and I will be representing Jalisco.
Hi, my name is Andrea Moreno, and I'll be representing Michoacán.
Okay, it takes a lot for the young ladies to be brave enough to speak in public, and there's a lot of practicing that's going on. We're very proud of them, and we will continue this tradition because of the volunteers, and it's all about the volunteers. This year we have over 15 different committees, 100 persons that it's a group effort. Without them, it never could be possible. And also tonight, ladies, we are here to address the issue that has been dragged on, and we expect our aldermen to do the right thing and to make that motion to rescind all of the discriminatory restrictions that have been placed on the Latino community on our parade. We participate in all the other parades all over Lake County, with the horses, without the horses. None of them have ever had any restrictions. Why only Latinos? In addition to that, I provided here a copy of the paid receipts.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Ms. Carrasco.
Thank you.
Randy Sabecki. Go ahead, state your name.
Randy Sabecki. So there's a couple things I want to talk about tonight, and let's start with the horses. You know, we got up here and legal counsel said, you know, they cited no livestock in the city. Under my regulation, my 43 years in this city, didn't our own police department have a mounted unit that would be down here on Genesee, down here in the city? So how is we have an ordinance that says no livestock, but even our own police department had mounted units. Every other parade in our city has had horses. So let's stop with and I'm going to say BS. There's certain stipulations you guys don't want certain organizations to have. I'm for all the people. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, if we allow it for one, and I talked a month ago or whatever about this, if we're going to have ordinances, well then let's enforce all of our ordinances or get rid of them. Point blank. And then next, let's talk about that special meeting that was called last week. It's sad when we have aldermen, you guys are elected by the people, to hear the people. Whether who called the meeting and that, for you guys not to even show up is ridiculous, because I read it on social media. I know every one of you guys have social media. And I was told, you know, watch who I'm partnering with or supporting and do my homework. Well, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Ann Taylor. I do my homework, and then I was actually here because my alderman is Donnaworth. That's why I was here, and I seen it on social media. The thing is, we had the Waukegan School District come up in here when they were supposed to give a presentation 5-6 times and do it as they please. And you were the deciding factor on 214 Washington Street. Did you do your homework? We know why you voted the way you did. It wasn't for the children. It was because we had a senator and a state rep here. They called and brought in all the administrators. Look how fast they all got here. That's what I'm saying. I do my homework when I'm up here. It should be for everyone. We say we're the city of progress. Are we really? What's progress in the city? Be truthful. Gambling? That's about the only thing. We sat up here and watched that special meeting last week that you presided over what to do with this 110 or whatever $1 million. 130 million. The last page on that box was about the children. That Ray stands up at this mic every week. What we can do for the children? They are the future, and we don't. They're always the last thought. And you said out your mouth, "I'm going to vote yes for the Waukegan Public Schools this time because I hope you guys do the right thing, and it's about the children." You said it out your own words. Now all of a sudden, it's not about the children. It's about everything else in the city. And we talk about the police department. You told me last week it was a waste of taxpayers' dollars for that meeting because we had to have the police officers and everything here. How many tax dollars are we wasting now? How many police officers do we have here? Under all the last administrations, we never had this many police officers at any city council meeting.
Thank you, Randy. Appreciate that. Thank you. The next group of people, Ron Ballard, Clyde McLemore, Mark Hahn, William Powers, and Jerry Holiski. Ron Ballard, Clyde McLemore, Mark Hahn, William Powers, and Jerry Holiski. Go ahead, Mr. Ballack. State your name.
Hi, my name's Ron Ballack. I live over on 8th Parkway by Dugdale and Lewis. Congratulations, Mr. Guzman. Glad you won that, and we're looking for some help with changes. I come to you today to ask for help. We live at a four-way stop that nobody stops at. They seem to do like 40 going through there. It's also a bus stop. We have kids running around. And we have guys in the middle of the night doing donuts in our intersections. We also have a guy on a motorbike, a dirt bike running around, no tag, screaming up and down the streets. Now I see over in the harbor they have speed bumps that you can take out during the winter. We would appreciate, if possible, if we could get some in there to slow these guys down. We've had an elderly couple walking in front of our house, and we live right on the corner. We can sit in our living room and just watch the cars fly through. There's an older couple walking with grandkids, and this kid came screaming through, and they jumped off the sidewalk into our yard because they had no idea where this kid was going. None of these people are professional drivers. We had an accident at that intersection a few months back where a kid ran through, hit the tree, and killed himself. We don't want that in our neighborhood, hitting a house or hitting a kid. We've asked for the police. When they can show up, they sit at the stop sign. Everybody stops then. So we need the help. I've even seen a bus run through that stop sign. And we were so taken back, we didn't even get the bus number because it was like, I did not just see that. And I know it happens because 8th Parkway is a little bit wider than most of the streets in that neighborhood. And every stop sign, they are flying, and I guarantee you, they are flying. I'm not joking. Every now and then, somebody will stop, or if I'm talking to the guy across the street who used to be at the fire department, he's retired. If we're standing out on Martin talking, people see us, they slow down and then cruise through, which is the California stop. But we got kids out there now. We have older people in our neighborhood that like to walk through our neighborhoods and feel safe. And these cars are just coming through too fast. And we talked to Mr. Guzman, who agrees, and we've been told we don't want to interrupt the flow of traffic. What traffic? It's a neighborhood. It's not the Amstutz, it's not Green Bay, or any other of the roads in this town where nobody does the speed limit. It's our neighborhood, and somebody's going to get killed. And it could be a kid, it could be somebody losing control and running into a house. So I'm asking just for the help and to think about the speed bumps. They come out for winter. You can plow the road and then put them back in after the winter's gone. So I hope you hear me, and I hope you help us out.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Clyde McLemore.
I want to thank everyone who supported the Black Business Expo, Alderman Turner, Felix Martinez, the fire department, the police department. It was a success, and we're looking forward for 2024. Please support all small businesses. Small businesses builds the community. Alderman, y'all did a great job calling a special meeting. However, the mayor not showing up was disrespect to the city and the residents. Then for her to make a statement to the news firm, I didn't need to be there. It's not my meeting. That was the most stupidest statement a mayor could have said. I've been telling people, you don't care about this city, man. The statement just proved what I've been saying. Florence and Hayes, both of y'all falling behind Ann is not a good look. You are showing disrespect to the residents of Waukegan. Newsom and Bolden, It's pitiful that y'all didn't show up. Bolden, I don't know if you really understand your job. Sometimes you ask questions late and you just don't understand. To the 5 that have, the attorney lied to y'all, telling y'all that y'all couldn't have no meeting. Guzman, you ran for office multiple times, and as you lost, how did you prepare yourself for this office? How many of you read Robert's Rules of Order? I have printed out some of the rules, the one that happened on Wednesday, and I passed it out. All y'all should have got one. It's true you need 6 in order to entertain a motion, but what the attorney did not tell you is that 5 is a quorum for a discussion. The agenda was well put together and these issues still haven't been addressed. And everything you have tried has failed, from hiring your campaign manager, city administrator, and you may look at the number of people, they are listening. They're waking up to your madness. On another note, why is Wayne able to sit in your office and use the city computer? That day I walked out of here from the meeting, I looked up at your office and there was that Wayne sitting there on your computer. Mr. Edwards
Thank you, Mr. McLemore. Thank you. Mr. Marcom.
Yeah, my name is Mark Hahn. I'm here on what I feel is a real simple situation facing a homeowner that bought a house, cut down a tree, didn't get the permit that he should have gotten, and now he faces a $10,000 fine. And the city doesn't even charge for the permit to cut the tree down. I'm not going to tell you how I disagree with the whole concept. What's next? You're going to tell me what to plant in my garden? I hope not. But that was a controversial issue when they passed it. And I just don't see $10,000 for a guy that's probably worked on over 40 homes in our town. By all rights, never had any problems with the code department or police department or anything else. Been a real plus to our city on rehabbing homes. And that's a big thing that we need to have done as much as possible. And I just can't believe that there isn't one alderman here that could look me in the eye and say, yeah, he deserves a $10,000 fine because he didn't get the permit to cut the tree down. Pardon me? Free. Yeah, free permit. If you looked at the situation, the tree was over the house. It was right next to the sidewalk. It was a large tree. It just, can you say to yourself, I really need to hammer a person for making a mistake like that? He made the mistake. I've done it myself. And when towns treat you like that, what I did was I won't go back there and increase the value of their tax rolls and their property values, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll also broadcast what it's like to do work in a town that treats you like that. And you know what, I'm not dissing this building department or code enforcement. They've helped me through a lot of things. This technology requirements that you have to get through it, been very helpful to me. Maybe they felt sorry for me, I don't know, but they're good. They're good people. They're working hard. But this needs to be looked at, needs to be changed by the alderman and the mayor. You can't tell me somebody needs to pay $10,000 because they didn't get the free permit to cut down a tree that needed to be cut down. Come on. Common sense should prevail at all times. And I trust that I think you're going to do that. I hope you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. William Powers.
Good evening. My name is William Powers with RTO Property.
we own and manage 324 properties, mostly single-family homes, mostly here in the city of Waukegan. Last year, we paid $834,000 in property taxes, and although I don't invest in this town anymore, I do have a vested interest in continuing to see it prosper. I'm here today to talk about Greentown investments. Greentown is a small developer that brings single-family homes in Waukegan back to life. They buy the worst of the worst and make them the best. They own a few dozen properties and have renovated over 40 in their time here in Waukegan. And in my opinion, they're the best developer of single-family homes left in the town. The couple that owns this recently was fined $10,000 for removing a tree at Linden and Keith, as Mark said. They pulled 5 permits, paid thousands of dollars in permit fees, and took the most deeply distressed home in the ward, as Keith knows, and brought it back to life. They replaced water service, sewer, updated all the plumbing and electrical, HVAC, framing. They did everything, and they did it to code. The trees in question that were destroying the driveway and the root system that was doing it and hanging over their house was a disaster for them. I know from doing this same type of tree removal in Lake Forest and Libertyville and Deerfield, any arborist would have deemed what they did as good forestry and would have allowed the tree removal without any type of fee or replanting of trees. It's easy to see that what they did would have been allowed without a fee, and the only fault in the process was not asking permission to remove the tree that clearly needed to be removed. Marisa and Rebecca are the owners of Greentown Investments, and Mauricio will not tell you this, but he volunteers on the board of SEPA, or did until recently. Both in their business and as volunteers, this couple committed to improving housing is committed to improving housing in Lake County and especially Waukegan. I would ask the council and the city staff to remove the circumstances around this fine and reconsider. I'm sure Rebecca and Mauricio would use this $10,000 to reinvest in Waukegan and allow both Greentown and Greentown Investments to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jerry Holiski. Mr. Jerry Holiski.
Thank you, Alderpersons and Mayor. I was at the meeting 2 weeks ago. I'm not one of those people that goes to every one of these meetings. Frankly, it was a little wild for me. The audience time was somewhat contentious, to say the least, 2 weeks ago. But the very end of the meeting, during the alderperson time, long after all the people that were talking during audience time had left, one of the council persons said something very, very sensible. And I apologize, I can't remember which one it was. But they said something to the effect of, if you really want to get something done, it's probably not the best idea to start by loudly complaining during audience time. Probably better to reach out and talk to the city, reach out to the appropriate officials and work with them first. I agree with that, totally, 100%. However, in order for that process to work for our residents, to work for our residents fairly, the city officials and their representatives must be responsive, transparent, and acting in good faith. When they fall short of that standard, it's the right of the residents of this city, maybe even their duty, to speak out and to do so with vigor. And this, right here, audience time, is the only forum that most citizens of this city ever have to speak out when to an administration they don't think is listening. With that, I thank you for your time, and I'll save my more substantive comments for another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The last group will be Andrea Moore, Lakeisha Robinson, Mr. Rayon Edwards, Mr. Leo Prosement, Cesar Moore, Dr. Mike Reed. Andrea Moore, Lakeisha Robinson, Rayon Edwards, Leo Prosement, Cesar Moore, and Dr. Mike Reed. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Andrea Moore. I am currently unhoused. I was evicted from the recently rehabilitated Barwell Manor or the Bluffs, and also was funded by the city of Waukegan. I am one of those diligent community persons who have tried to reach out to countless numerous officials and even on the federal level, and I am simply either retaliated against or ignored. Today I would like to speak on items Q, R, S, U, and V. We're waiving competitive bidding for sole source, good faith, and also joint purchasing, and those particularly are regarding the Waukegan Police Department. Hot topic normally in this city. I was arrested in November of 2022 and March of this year under criminal trespass for advocating, diligently trying to implement rights that persons in public housing are considered to have under HUD regulation. I got a not guilty verdict on the November case, and now the next one is going to be in September. I'm also a student, I'm disabled, and I have 2 children, the ages of 4 and 9, 2 beautiful boys, awesome kids. I am looking at the record of complaint. The complaint under question would be 23EXT-011 to the City of Waukegan Police Department. The response to it, I'm not going to disclose who the complainant is. This letter is to advise you that the investigation into the complaints you filed against members of the Waukegan Police Department on May 10th and 22nd of this year has been completed. The investigation of the allegations was conducted by the Office of Professional Standards. Careful examination of available evidence was conducted. The Office of Professional Standards also had an opportunity to speak with the leaseholder involved in the incident. The leaseholder refused to be involved with the complaint against the officers involved. After reviewing the evidence and speaking with the leaseholder, the complaint you filed is not sustained, bolded. The Waukegan Police Department Office of Professional Standards consider this matter closed. Please be assured that we desire to provide the best possible police service and are appreciative when given the opportunity to evaluate and clarify such matters. If you have any questions, reach out to Commander Brian Bradfield. The complaints, it was 2 different days on, again, the 10th and the 22nd, 2 different persons who are affiliated or employed with it's a commander and an officer. 2 different days, and for some reason, Commander Bradfield said because it was the same incident that then they would not actually do due diligence and keep them separate. So we have accurate information regarding complaints and or the Office of Professional Standards. It was very well written out because I assisted this person and such because it had to do with the day that I got arrested on March 15th. I myself have decided not to go through the trauma of trying to file a complaint, but according to the commendation and complaint procedure, they completely failed. All investigations will be conducted in a fair and impartial manner. This is the premise of this is to determine the facts that will either support or disapprove the allegations. Part of this is like an A and a B major complaint. This was 1. All parties involved will be interviewed and all evidence will be collected and examined in accordance with the court-approved procedures. As they suggested, although this person was not the leaseholder, they are the complainant. They were never actually communicated with, involved, and or considered for the investigation of this very heinous act against that person. They were involved and against an organization according to HUD regulation we have rights to, and or just having rights under just basic tenant
Thank you, landlord Ms. law. Moore. Thank you. Ms. Lakeisha Robinson.
Hey y'all, I'm Lakeisha Robinson, Barwell tenant organizer. The City of Waukegan has not complied with the contractual agreement governing the allocation of HUD home grant funding from the Lake County Consortium. I have provided notice to the management, the owners, and the City of Waukegan Building Department regarding the countless code violations, in one particular, the cockroach infestation. Pest Control has disclosed information supporting my speculations of management gross negligence that violates HUD standard for decent, safe, sanitary living condition for Barwell residents. Also, previously before, I spoke about the gun violence at Barwell. Andrea Moore spoke about her eviction being retaliatory and therefore illegal. And by me speaking up publicly, I have now received the termination of tenancy. According to HUD policy, that is illegal. They have to give good cause. There is no reason on my termination of tenancy.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Rayon Edwards.
Every week, tenants, residents come up here and we do a lot of talking to y'all. And I'm starting to wonder how much is actually being heard. To the gentleman from Horse Feathers, when we talk about division, you said something up here. You said queers and the Latinos run the city. They don't. I don't care how big they is and how many of them it is. This all our city. And when you guys say things like that, when you guys put them numbers up, 60%, 70%, that don't mean nothing. We're all equal in this city. When I talk about those businesses downtown Waukegan, y'all have a committee. But those black businesses is not a part of that committee. So are we actually trying to come up with a solution? We're not. Because the solution would have been going to talk to those business owners and see what you guys can do together. Nobody has done that. And when we're talking about sending the police down there, so now we got all our resources in one area, but it's gunfire all over. You don't even have enough. You set up here, you gave this spiel about transparency. Stop. One of the first orders of business when you came here is you locked this building up away from the citizens. This building don't belong to you. This is our building. The first mayor of history stopped residents from being able to come upstairs. Every meeting that I've been coming to since I've been coming back to them is 5, sometimes more officers up in here. And we're talking about resources? The allocution of resources? Are you serious? And you say, this is your meeting. You run this meeting. When? Or when will you start? That Mobo Jobo speech you gave, that was crap. The politics all y'all did is crap. We have a meeting Monday, son miss Monday. We have a meeting Wednesday, son meeting Wednesday. It's like two kids hitting each other. But all these people come up here and they talk about problems. And nothing is being done. To you aldermen, one more time. Y'all create the policies. Y'all are the real bosses. Y'all do not work for the mayor. You don't. And as somebody from the first ward, Ms. Bolton, I'm going to call you out, baby. Because we done had too many shootings over there, and I'm on the scene of every last one of them, and I seems to never see you. No. And that's a problem for me, sweetheart. That's a problem. And so strap your boots up, because your next election, you got to go home.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Leo? State your name, sir.
Leo Prozament with Restoration 1 of Waukegan. Thank you for having me, Mayor Taylor and Alderman and Alderwoman. I have to follow this. That's not fair, honestly. I mean, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that the issue that I'm about to discuss is not going to be as serious as yours. But nevertheless, the bad news is that probably I shouldn't even be here discussing this and spending the time that's valuable for dedicated to, or valuable to dedicate to other issues other than what I'm about to discuss, which is related to the Chamber of Commerce, Waukegan Chamber of Commerce, and the office that the City Hall provided us with. So what I'm here is, first and foremost, I'd like to explain who I am as a person, so that way you familiarize yourself with the background of my case and also the reasons why I'm here. Again, I'm Leo Prozament. I actually live in Lake Bluff. I opened up Restoration 1 of Waukegan 2 years ago. We focus on water damage mitigation that includes any type of property damage related to disasters, right? So this is something that is really a service we provide as emergency-related service to help the community, to help the residences of this city. How did we choose Waukegan? I actually did not know much about this city before we picked this location, but through my research, I understood there's a lot of opportunities in this community. There are opportunities that are unlimited to grow the business, to grow the relationship with the government, the municipalities, and most importantly, improve the livelihood of each one here. So what I want to do is, I also want to provide a few reasons why it's important to keep the office, the chamber office, inside the building where the mayor presides and where you have these meetings. It's a presentation. It's the aesthetics. It's the appearance of the business community. It's really for the purpose of recruitment, and I want you to really understand this. What it means is when we go out and recruit new businesses that are part of this community, like American Place Casino, and we tell them that, hey, we are located inside the city hall, and you have to realize that in Lake County, I'm not sure if there's any other chambers that are located inside their municipalities. And I'm also part of the Kenosha Chamber, the Lake County Chamber, and also have been making numerous visits to our North Shore neighboring chambers like the Lake Forest, Lake Bluff.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Mr. Cesar Mo.
Wow, good evening. I'm here today. My name is Cesar Moore, and I represent Discouraging Factor Group Mentoring 2.0. And since joining the Chambers of Commerce, I tell you, what an entity. I believe that they do great for the city. They do great for networking and bringing different organizations and business entities together. Since being with them the last 2 years, I have come to network with so many business owners that's part of the community that I did not know about. I even became familiar with some of the aldermen from interacting with Chambers of Commerce, who I did not know prior to that. So when I hear that they want to, this incident where they want to cast them out, I'm here to speak on them positively. My group, I do my networking and all that, but however, they're such an advocate for promoting those that trying to do positive things in the community. So to my surprise, when I seen a magazine come out, I seen Discouraging Factor Group in there. And it had been mentioned to me that they want to try to sit up there and promote this youth organization because they love the programs that we bring to the kids in Waukegan, North Chicago. Truth is absolute. Truth is absolute. And I'm a firm believer that if it's not written, same thing with our American politics, if it's not written, it don't exist. And everything about with Chambers of Commerce, you hear no negativity. Nothing is written negative about them because it don't exist. It's a positive group, it's a positive organization, and they promote the greater good for the Waukegan community. One of the biggest things that I was so proud of, and I don't know if I have, this is my first time attending, but I made copies. I didn't know if I can give to you guys just to look at another time. But I had an incident where a mom was searching for some help for her daughter. I didn't know her, never seen her before, but she spoke to Dr. Reed, and he referred her over to us. And I promise you, at the end of the school year, she sat down and wrote a letter because her daughter was fighting, gang banging, and everything. Today, she's one of my #1 tennis girls. Also, she graduated from Neal Middle School on a principal list. I had never heard of principal list. I know honor rolls and all that, but she finished with the principal list. And her mom felt so overwhelmed that she wrote a letter recommending so people can know. So again, I'm a proud member of Chambers of Commerce. It's a great organization. I believe they are for the greater good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Michael Reed.
picture on the second page.
You could be in there too. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Michael Reed, and I want to thank everybody for having us here today. Thank you, Mayor, Alderman, City Council members, our community. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself first before I get into this main issue. I'm born and raised here in Waukegan. This is home. My homes are here. My family's here. My small business, I'm a small business owner here, Family Chiropractic Sports Rehab. I'm the chiropractor for the Waukegan High School that I donate my time. I'm involved in other organizations here because I care. I think anyone that's ever met me would never question that and my motives here in this town. And I donate a lot of my time. My family donates a lot of my time because we care about this city of Waukegan. Hearing about this vote where our own city, some of these aldermen are looking to kick out the City of Waukegan Chamber of Commerce out of City Hall is very disheartening. Hearing this really gets down to me. We fight day in, day out, and I want to echo Clyde here where he mentioned the importance of small businesses here. Most of our majority businesses are small businesses, and most of our members are small businesses. There's a lot of, they need a lot of help. A lot of people come to us to open new businesses. They don't know where to start. We help get them started. We give them the right direction. We're a conduit to the city and to the businesses to reach to the mayors, the aldermen, whatever they need, building permits, city permits, business licenses. A lot of people don't know how to do these things. We are the conduit to the community and to the small businesses and the large businesses. We fight for everybody. There's been some objection regarding why would Waukegan Chamber of Commerce be in here but not other chambers. For the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, they are under the Lake County Chamber under in Gurnee. So we do work with them. We work with Lake County Chamber as well. We work with many chambers. And our chamber is the strongest it's ever been in this community. We are helping so many people out. We give scholarships to Waukegan high school students for college scholarships. We make community guides. I also want to echo the gentleman from Horsfelders about the face of this community and what people think about it. Not only here, but what about the outside in? We are working day in, day out. We fight for everybody in this community, every business in this community, to change that image. All the other chambers are focusing on us. They're following us and what we're doing. They're mimicking and mocking what we're doing now because we are a pinnacle of what's going on. We are fighting for change. And in order to make change effective, we need to collaborate. Collaborate's more important. And Waukegan, City of Waukegan is one of our partners that we have collaborated for many, many years. We have been here in City Hall for 3 different administrators. Alderman, I come humbly before you to continue to ride this journey with us. Let's work together. Let's help our small businesses. Let's help our large businesses. And let's move this community forward where it needs to go. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Mayor, that concludes the audience portion of tonight's meeting. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We will go to the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Can I have a motion for the consent agenda? I need a first.
I'll make the motion.
I second. Okay, Alderman Turner and Alderman Bolton. Any questions to any of the motions or anything you want pulled? Okay. Item A, motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from Monday, August 7th, 2023. Item B, a motion to approve the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes from Monday, August 14th, 2023. Item C, a motion to approve the Special City Council meeting minutes from Wednesday, August 16th, 2023. Item D, a motion to approve the regular payroll dated August 11th, 2023 in the total amount of $1,809,214.29. Item E, a motion to approve miscellaneous payroll, PD holiday payback and CT cash out and EO and CS dated August 11th, 2023 in the total amount of $27,083.72. Item F, a motion to approve vendor payments dated August 21st, 2023 in the amount of $2,849,096.85. There being no questions to the motion, roll call please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donna Worth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Under reports and communication, I'd like to make a motion, and let me make sure we're saying this correctly. It is a motion to go into closed executive session for the purpose of one, discussing the retention of legal counsel pursuant to Section 2C1 of the Open Meetings Act, and item 2, the purchase of real property for the use of the public body pursuant to Section 2C5 of the Open Meetings Act. Can I have a first?
So moved.
Alderman Turner, a second?
Second.
Alderman Guzman. Okay, we will be going into, I'm sorry, a roll call, please. Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Bolton. Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez. Felix.
Aye.
Newsome. Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye. Okay. We, okay. Yeah. Mhm.
we need a motion, yeah. Come back into regular session. Our attorneys is right there. Okay, time to get going. Oh, we can omnibus. You got a problem with omnibus?
Huh?
For the full thing?
I don't think I have any problem with that, no.
Ain't no alcohol, so we can omnibus. You make the motion, I second.
Yep.
We get ready to start.
See it pass.
Associate passes, okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start. Please take a seat. Okay. Okay, can I have a motion to come back from executive session?
Motion.
Okay, Donenworth, right, and Newsome.
Second.
Too late.
Okay.
Am I late?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Second was Newsome. Newsome. Okay, under old business, can I have a first and a second for the resolution under old business? I need a first.
I so move.
Alderman Bolton, second. Alderman Newsome. This is a resolution approving a lease agreement with the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce for office space at 100 North Martin Luther King Avenue, and this matter was heard in the Community Development Committee on August 7th, 2023. Any questions to the motion?
I'd like to table it.
Can we, I don't think we can table it. It's been held over already, right?
We held over, you can table.
Yeah, so the city council rules allow for a holdover with a 2/3 override. This has already been held over, so the Alderman Turner, your motion to table, is it a motion to hold over, to basically to postpone to a specific time for consideration?
Yeah, May 5th or May 6th, 2025.
Okay, so that is a motion that can be considered, if there's a second, and then it can be voted on. And then if that motion either does not have a second or fails, then you go back to the original motion. If the motion succeeds, then it would be tabled, it would be postponed until that time.
We've never had to vote on holdovers and tables in the past. We just say we want to table it and it gets tabled.
So a holdover does not get debated. But this has already, is it correct that this has already been held over once?
Yes.
Okay, so our opinion is that the holdover can only be used once. A motion to postpone is something that's voted on by the whole board.
Is that the same as the table, motion to postpone?
It's a motion to table basically doesn't bring it back till any particular time. So I always recommend that you have a motion to postpone to a specific time for Open Meetings Act purposes. So you had made a motion to postpone consideration of this until, what was the date again?
May 6, 2025.
2025.
Is there a second?
Nope.
Okay, so let's we'll go back to the resolution approving the lease agreement with the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce. Can I have a first and a second to hear the motion?
Bolton and Newsom.
Oh, I'm sorry, you've got to vote on the tabling, because you didn't,
No,
did you have a second?
It failed for
It
failed for want of a second. So now we're back to the original motion, which does have a first and a second.
Okay. I'm sorry, who was the first and the second again?
Bolton and Newsom.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay.
You got questions on it?
Sure, but we're not going to debate it all night. Go ahead and ask a question.
I don't want to ask a question, I want to make a statement. So, I think everyone knows my position on this. I've talked to most of the aldermen, and I've made statements publicly. I think this, the Chamber of Commerce does good work. I'm not decrying the Chamber of Commerce. What I'm decrying is the inappropriateness of offering public office space to an entity other than this business. Everyone in here pays taxes, whether you pay property taxes, sales taxes, or any other tax. Those taxes went to purchase this building for the use of the public government, or the city government. We are already space constrained. The aldermen don't have an area where we can, sit while or meet with our constituents. I think it's just totally inappropriate, one. Then, even if you're gonna do it, $10 a year is ridiculous. That is nowhere near market rate rental. Every company that's involved with the Chamber of Commerce has office space. And if they don't, volunteer an office, volunteer a desk within one of these companies. But to take publicly funded property and give it to some entity that is not the city government, and I don't care how much you're talking about partnership and collaboration, there are a lot of people who can make the same claim. A lot of 501c3s can make that same claim. And I gotta tell you, I'm taking a lot of heat, because I know a lot of these guys. Some of them are living in my ward, some of them are my friends, and I'm still telling you, this is wrong. And I hope that you folks will not vote for this. You're talk about setting precedents. This is crazy. What happens when another 501c3 organization comes and says, I want an office for $10 a year, right? You can't treat people equally if you treat them differently. If you treat somebody gets special consideration for whatever reason, it's wrong, and it's wrong. So call for the vote.
Can I make a comment as well?
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Turner. I
agree with you by and large on the points that you made, and I don't think it's appropriate to have the Chamber of Commerce or any nonprofit in the city, especially in City Hall at $10 a year. If there was consideration for perhaps fair market value, maybe it's a different analysis. But I do think that they have been here for a while, and I think that we should give the Chamber of Commerce adequate time to find alternative space. So if people are inclined to vote to not approve a lease, my recommendation would be to be reasonable to, a terrific organization and give them enough time to go find space. So it could be the end of the year, December, the end of December. It can be the end of January if you guys want to do it that way, because I know December can be difficult. It might be hard to find space in the winter, whatever. I'm open to considerations. I just think that we should do what's fair and give them the time that they need.
I totally agree.
Something like 6 months seems fair to me.
Can we amend the motion?
You could make a motion to amend the motion to make a short-term lease, or you can do what Alderman Hayes has suggested, that if the motion fails, you could do a substitute motion. Whatever you do would have to have a majority to actually put that forward. So
whatever we do with what?
Sorry, it's late. You could make a motion to amend to convert this to a short-term lease. If that has 5 votes, that would then be the motion on the floor. If that fails, then we're back to the original lease term and lease consideration that we're considering. So yes, you can make that motion to amend.
Okay, so I'm open to other aldermen's thoughts on this, not to belabor the point, but if I guess I would make a motion for a 6-month short-term lease. I don't know if there's gonna have to be other considerations from legal. I don't want to utilize city resources unnecessarily. The initial lease that we've discussed tonight has insurance concerns and security protocols and different things involved. And I don't want to make the chamber go through and purchase insurance if it's only going to be here for a short period of time, but I also want to make sure the city is adequately protected. So, not to talk myself in circles here, my amendment to the motion is to make it a short-term lease and give them an additional 6 months.
I have a question. So that's contingent on the fact that we vote for them not to be here?
No, it would be, that's what you're voting on. Otherwise, you vote no to this, and then it goes back to the original one.
So I'm asking you to vote to amend to make it a short-term lease.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Keith wants his moment.
So right now, the lease would, it's listed as May 1st, 2023, and expires on April 30th, 2025, currently, as it's written on here. But now you're making an amendment, and what are we making an amendment to? Did we put a time on it?
6 months, whatever the 6 month is, the ending there.
So that's February, is that right?
October, November, December,
Yeah.
January,
October,
February.
November, December, January, February, yes.
Okay, so it's a motion to amend the lease agreement with the Chamber of Commerce to expire on February 21st.
29th.
Yeah, the end of the month.
It's a leap year, so the 29th.
29th, okay. February 29th, 2024. Okay. Okay, and we had our first and our second. Did you get that, Madam Clerk?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Okay, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
No.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
No.
Alderman Newsome.
Nay.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
6 yes.
Okay, motion passed.
Okay, so now you have, the motion has been amended, and remember, when we amend a motion, we then have to vote on the amended motion. So the motion on the floor is now to approve a lease agreement with the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce with a final termination date of February 29th, 2024. The same consideration that was on there, which is $10 a month.
No, wait a minute, no, it's $10.
Sorry, $10 a year.
So we have to divide $10 by 6?
It's not an interaction. This is council. Audience time is over.
Attorney, could you repeat it again, please?
Hold up, Mayor, I think it's a valid question. So it's $10 a year divided, $5, right, for 6 months? I'm just saying, we have to specify what the rent is gonna be, and that's what it is. If it was $10 for a year, it's gonna be $5 for 6 months. It's fine.
Okay.
Historically, short-term leases are actually more expensive. But
Yeah.
we can just pick a number and let's roll with it.
$5.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a motion, that's currently,
To amend the lease.
before the body, not to amend, because we have that already,
Right.
to approve a lease agreement with the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce with a final termination date of February 29th, 2024, and the consideration for that will be $5. That is the motion before the city council now.
Okay. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Can you explain this again?
It is a motion to approve the lease agreement with the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce for office space here at City Hall to expire on February 29th, 2024, and the price of the lease is $5, because it's for half a year.
Because they already passed that it's going to be just six months, right?
The motion has been amended by vote of the city council to reduce the lease term from its original lease term ending in 2025 to a 6-month lease ending at the end of February 2024. So that's what's before you, and we have the vote, and so that's what you're voting on right now.
Mm. Aye.
Yes?
Yes.
Alderman Newsom.
Nay.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Pardon me?
Aye.
Alderman Donowitz.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On to new business. Do I have a motion to omnibus some of these?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Alderman Turner, Alderman Florian.
Mayor, would you like me to read these for you?
Sure, thank you. Before I cough, thank you.
Are any of them pulled out? Is it just L, the one that was held over in committee?
Yeah, there's no alcohol on here, so it's just L. Yeah.
Anybody else want to pull anything out? Okay, I'm ready to roll. Item A, a resolution improving a professional services agreement with Water Treatment Specialists LLC per section 2-458, subsection I-4, professional services for operational support services for the Water Department for a not-to-exceed amount of $80,340. This matter was presented earlier to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Item B, a resolution approving change order number 5 with Aircon refrigeration and heating for an amount of $90,790. This matter was presented earlier to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Item C, a resolution approving a contract for HVAC preventative maintenance and emergency repairs with Air Comfort per section 2-458, subsection I-3, joint purchasing through Lake County, Illinois for an estimated up to amount of $225,000. This matter was presented earlier to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Item D, a resolution approving the purchase of materials from Manoni and McCogny per section 2-458 subsection I3 joint purchasing through Lake County, Illinois for a not to exceed amount of $70,000. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier tonight. Item E, a resolution approving a license agreement for Adopt a Road program to Aaron Park for the following road selection on Lawn Avenue near Diversity Park from West Hill Avenue to Southwest Avenue. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier tonight. Item F, a resolution approving change order number 1 with Joel Kennedy Construction for lead service line replacement for $1,867,740. This matter was presented earlier to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee.
It's 857,000.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll read that again. It was for lead line service replacement for $1,857,740. Sorry, I drew a line through it and I couldn't read it. Item G, a resolution approving change order number 2 with Robinson Engineering for LSLR lead service line replacement construction engineering services for $62,500. This matter was presented earlier to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Item H, a resolution approving change order number 1 with Bowler Construction Corporation for the raw water pumping station improvements in the amount of $821,891. This matter was presented earlier to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Item I, a resolution approving change order number 2 with Crawford, Murphy, and Tilley for engineering services related to improvements at raw water pumping station in the amount of $55,000. This matter was presented to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee earlier tonight. Item J, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement with North Chicago for use of North Chicago's animal control facility. This matter was also presented earlier tonight to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Item K, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 23-24 budget ordinance. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item L has been pulled. Item M, a resolution approving a change order number 1 to the agreement with Seagrave Fire Apparatus LLC per section 2-458 subsection I7 good faith waiver for the purchase of a pumper trucks for $113,560. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item N, a resolution authorizing the procurement of firefighting turnout gear from W.S. Darley and Company per section 2-458 subsection 1 sole source in an amount not to exceed $43,485. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item O, a resolution approving the application and acceptance of a grant from Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation for face masks and communication equipment in the amount of $28,534.50. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item P, a resolution approving the application and acceptance of a grant from the Leary Firefighters Foundation for a Genesis combination tool in the amount of $14,440. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item Q, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection I1 sole source and approving the lease of live camera equipment from Flock Group Incorporated for a 2-year period in an amount not to exceed $62,500. This matter was presented earlier to the Finance and Purchasing Committee. Item R, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection I7 good faith waiver and approving a contract with Lab Construction, Inc. for Police Department lower level entrance remodeling in an amount not to exceed $198,750. This matter was presented earlier to the Finance and Purchasing Committee. Item S, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 I1 sole source, terminating existing agreements and approving a new 5-year agreement with Axon Enterprises for the purchase of police equipment for a total not to exceed amount of $2,799,999.96. This matter was presented earlier to the Finance and Purchasing Committee. Item T, A resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Waukegan, the City of Zion, the City of North Chicago, and the County of Lake for the 2023 Burn Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, Program Award. This was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item U, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection 11 sole source and approving an agreement with Flock Group Incorporated for a 5-year lease of ALPR cameras and services in a total amount of $560,500. This matter was presented to the Finance and Purchasing Committee earlier tonight. Item V, a resolution waiving competitive bidding per section 2-458 subsection I3 joint purchasing, authorizing the expenditure of funds on the procurement of computers and other IT equipment from CDW government in an amount not to exceed $750,000. This matter was presented earlier tonight to the Finance and Purchasing Committee. Item W, resolution approving amendments to the 2019 and 2023 CDBG action plans. A public hearing on the proposed amendments was conducted at the August 7th, 2023 Community Development Committee meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Florian. Okay, any questions to any of those motions? Okay, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Guzman.
Aye.
Martinez.
Aye.
Felix.
Aye.
Newsom.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Donnerworth.
Aye.
Florian.
Aye.
Motion passed, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There being no ordinances, and before we go to closing items, we just looked at the calendar and 9/5 is already pretty booked with community development. So we could consider a special code revisions on a separate night. If all of you could give me a date that everybody is available, we can look at your calendars and see what we could do, because we held it over tonight. And if 9/5 is already looking crowded with community development, I don't want to postpone it again. So just send an email tomorrow and let us know what your availability is. Give me at least 3 dates in September that work, and then we'll get a consensus if that is okay with everyone.
For what, I'm sorry?
It's just for the code revisions.
The Code Revision
Committee, yes.
So
Well,
why are
no,
we
it
trying
would
to
be
move-
for everybody, because they would be voting on whatever happened that night. Yes. And, but it would be heard in the committee, and then we could vote on them all that night. And we could make that, I don't want to make it 9/5 because it's already filled with community development, and I don't want to put off a code revision for another city council meeting. So if you can give us 3 dates that work, and then we'll get a general consensus, and we will do a special committee special meeting on those. Okay, closing items, Alderman time.
Alderman Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just a couple of comments tonight. To the Chamber of Commerce, thank you for your efforts, and thank you for everything that you do for the city. I hope you know that the decision tonight is not a reflection on, our feelings towards the chamber. I think you guys do terrific work. I think more importantly, the message is that we can't play favorites, and we can't provide office space for all the nonprofits in the city. And if we can't do it for all the nonprofits, then we shouldn't do it for any of the nonprofits. I think it just sets a bad precedent, and I just want to make sure that that point is clear. Another point I'd like to address is I'd like to emphasize the importance of process. Almost every single meeting, we hear from people complaining about the lack of transparency at the city level, whether it's with city council, whether it's with the mayor's office, whatever the case. It's a buzzword, and it gets thrown around a lot. Process is transparency. Process is consistency, it's expectation, and it allows people an understanding of what they can expect to see as the city council makes its decisions. And if transparency is as important as you say it is, which I would agree, then the most important thing we can do is adhere to our own policies and procedures. They're in place for a reason. And I'm gonna give you a couple of examples that were raised tonight. The fee for cutting down the tree. Whether it's excessive or it's not excessive, there was a process in place for pulling the permit. Why was there a process in place? The city needs to know if a large tree is coming down. What if the roots are wrapped around the sewer line? What if it's not a licensed contractor that's taking it down? What if the tree is actually, if a survey is conducted, partially on the neighbor's property? What if the company that's taking it down doesn't do it the right way and it falls on a neighbor's house? What if it falls in the street? There's a whole host of what ifs. The important point is, you put the city on notice that you're gonna do it. It's a free permit, and from my understanding, it's almost always granted, just so long as some of these considerations are taken into effect. But it's the process. And another really important component of this process is the adjudication process. This contractor, as great as the contractor might be, as people told us here tonight, has the opportunity to go before an adjudicator, present his or her case, present the facts, talk to the adjudicator, maybe admit wrongdoing, maybe not, maybe ask for, humbly request a reduction in the fee, maybe not. But that is the process, and that is the process that we have enacted. And if we step in and just start creating carve-outs and playing favorites, we will dig ourselves into a hole that we cannot get out of. By definition, when we make exceptions, other people are going to be left out. And I guarantee, given my short time up here, I guarantee that people are going to come before city council and they will call us out for making these exceptions, and they're going to want an exception, and someone else is going to want an exception, and then there's going to be so much gray area that we don't even know what we're doing, and the ordinance will be rendered useless. So I appreciate people coming to city council. I appreciate you doing exactly what we want you to do. Raise the flag, say something's unreasonable, say a fine's excessive, whatever the case may be, but at least respect the process. It might not be the most efficient thing in the world, but it's what we have. And if we want to change the process, that's up to us. Come before us, make a recommendation, we will entertain it, we will do so in a professional and civil way. But that is really important. I think that process is also really important as we talk about this special meeting that was called the other night. Again, if you take nothing from what I'm saying, process is transparency, all right? We print this agenda. This agenda is published days in advance. This agenda contains lots of details that you can find, so you understand what's going to be discussed. You understand the details and what is going into the decision-making process, and who recommended it, and what the repercussions might be, and what the cost might be. The process for voting yes or no up here is the culmination of weeks and weeks of work by experts. Our department heads are experts. They vet what it is we're voting on. They weigh in. We don't necessarily always agree with them, but there is a process. And again, it might not be that efficient, but it's there for a reason, because there are so many different considerations that are taken into every single decision that we make. So when a special meeting is called and a bullet point agenda is thrown out, and I'm just gonna say it's called. It's put on social media, or it goes through the clerk's office. Some people know, some people don't know. But the point is this: if you want transparency, you're not gonna get it in a 10-item bullet pointed Word document or handwritten note, whatever it was. You wanna know a resolution on the Chicago Bears? Are you kidding me? We're just going to get together and go completely rogue and ignore everything else that goes on in this building and just make a decision? We can't get through a really well-organized meeting in 3 hours. Are we going to come to an agreement on the Chicago Bears? It's just the top line item on that list? I don't think so. If anything the city council has displayed, it is our ability to disagree with each other. But I think we can all agree on the fact that process is important, and through the process, you get transparency. You don't have to agree, you don't have to like it, but at least you're informed. And we are doing our best. We are doing our level best to make sure that you are informed. can shake your head, you can disagree, you can show up for 3 minutes and scream at us and then leave right after and not watch and actually see how the decisions are made and what the debates are. But it is the process, and it's the best one we have. So I would encourage you to come before us. If you don't like what we're doing, identify what it is you don't like, explain it to give us some context, and make a recommendation on how we can do it better. That is my challenge. Please do that for us. I promise you we are listening. Notes are being taken. Department heads are taking notes. Everybody is listening. But if you just show up and scream at us without any sort of cohesive idea of what it is you're actually asking for, then it's very, very difficult to act on it. So, again, I'm going to repeat myself at the frustration of many. Process is transparency. It's important. And we have to see that process through. Otherwise, we're not serving any purpose up here. We're just making the rules up as we go, and that doesn't benefit anybody. And there's going to be a dumpster drive on September 30th in the 9th Ward.
Alderman Bolton.
Thank you for you all holding out and waiting for us. Look, I've tried to get to the point. So the comment was made that I'm not out in the community. Well, I want to make it very clear, the people that really address this need to show up when I'm on the street, pulling up to people killing themselves, the shootings. I'm there on call, when I'm on hand, to complaints. I go personally to their home. I don't just take the call over the phone. And I want to make that very clear. I'm there when people are getting tickets and they're complaining about our police. And so speaking of that also, when it was proposed to the gentleman, Brother Blanks had mentioned about police accountability program. And so I asked him, how is that executed? And what does that look like? And so he said, go to the website of how Chicago does it. Well, I did. It's called Community Advisory Council Composition. And it consists of people like you, residents, not us putting that ball on our plate, making us do it, but you all coming and working with your police officers. That's just your FYI. So I'm definitely in support of it. So I want you to not just blame us or put the ball in our court, but I want to put it back in your court. Let you execute that, and we will support you. Also, I want to thank the AME Church for giving that block party. It was awesome. And speaking of police accountability, there was a group of gentlemen there that some were ex-offenders, some of them were previous gang members. They were there showing their support, giving great feedback, and playing the role as advocates to our young people out here in the community. They showed up at the event as well as so many other events, and it was also good to see all the churches coming together, collaborating, because it's also said that churches don't work together, but they were definitely working there together on Saturday. It was a great block party, as well as the Shelley family reunion. I think there was a couple hundred of them. It was great there on George. And speaking of that, we have another one coming up. And it's called the Back to School Reunion, Market Street. It's starting on the 27th at 2 p.m. at South Park Avenue. I think that's going to be moved because they need a better location. I think it's going to be on Liberty. So yeah, that's what I have. I'm working with you. My number is 224-607-8445. That is a business line. And then I also have 2 other lines, but if you call that one, I forward them all together because it's kind of hard to manage all. So thank you for being patient with me and working with me. Thank you.
Alderman Guzman.
Good evening. Thank you for staying this late. It's 10:05, so I'm going to be brief and quick. First of all, I just want to remind everybody that school has started. School buses are out and about, so be careful. And obey the stop signs that when the kids are coming on board. Second, it's been a lot of things going on with this parade and everything like that, and business issues. So I want this clarified because I'm a business owner and I go through this whole thing. How does this work? Because I received this. So because I mean, we have a second parade person, two parade, one Fiestas Patrias and one Puro Football. So how do we keep saying Puro Football if somebody else owns this name?
That is specifically a business dispute between,
okay.
that is a private business dispute between the two organizations.
So there is no way we're gonna get in trouble or anything like this,
No,
nothing?
we have the information that we need from both parties. I believe that there's a few outstanding items that need to be submitted by one of the parties by tomorrow, but other than that,
Tomorrow, 5 p.m.
yeah,
Okay.
other than that, we.
Tomorrow, 5
yeah,
p.m.
yeah.
must be submitted, everything, if not,
Yeah.
Not at 10
permits get.
o'clock at night, at
Yeah,
5
no,
p.m.
Okay.
and that's been communicated, and, so the information that was submitted about registering that is basically a matter of trademark, and if the two organizations want to have a fight in court, they are welcome to do that.
Okay. So secondly, about the 60 people, instead of being a parade, it sounds like more of a block party. I guess I would like to make a motion to discuss this, revise that.
Yeah, so that amount has now been, I believe, revised up to 600 per.
Okay.
And
So-
60 events, 10 people per event.
Per entrant.
Per entry, yes.
So
So
there,
it's
you can have 60 entrants, 10 persons per entrant with a total of 60.
600.
And I don't, yeah, so that's,
Okay. Okay, and then the gentleman was speaking about the horses. So we're not allowing that, but every other, like the gentleman was saying, every festival, Lake County, Waukegan State, everywhere has allowed it for years and years and years and years come on in, and now we're not allowing that. Is there any way, I understand that the previous, there was complaints about manure and the streets weren't cleaned up correctly. Could we put a deposit on that it's gonna be done, or put diapers on the horses? I mean, they gotta make up something. I mean, seriously, there has to be something to because it's a beautiful sight. I mean, I remember the first time I saw the Budweiser horses, the Clonsdale, the real large ones, and those were very cool. And I don't understand why they're not allowed.
We will call Chief Navarro to talk about that, but generally speaking, this is not discussion time, this is Alderman time. So if you would like to talk to Chief Navarro why we're doing that, it has nothing to do with the horses, it has to do with safety. Chief Navarro, are you available?
If not, I'd like to make a motion for next meeting to discuss this in council.
You're less than 30 days, so you can't change it for this parade.
I will second that.
You can't change it for this parade, though, because you're less than 30 days. Chief Navarro, they're asking why we're not allowing horses. And I know Commander Oliver left, and he experienced it firsthand.
So Commander Oliver, yes, he's been in charge of the security for the last couple of years when it came to Fiestas Patrias. And we've had issues not only with, unfortunately, the horse manure that was left all over the streets. We've had an issue with a horse rider not obeying the laws and having to obtain a arrest warrant after the fact because of the activity that was conducted on a horse. We think about the neighborhoods, the horses having to where they park, having enough room at the end of a parade so that the trailers can be parked at the end of the parade. There are always issues because the drivers that are bringing the trailers over to the original site are part of the parade, and no one is available to drive them to the end of the parade so they can mount the horses back onto the trailers. And we've had significant, unfortunately, and I love horses, I truly do, but we've had a lot of problems with the horses throughout the years. And Commander Oliver was here earlier, and he did have a list of issues that he's been able to compile that we've had for the last couple of years.
I love the animals. That's why I said, that, you know, they're beautiful animals. I haven't ridden one in a very long time, and they're fun to watch.
Yeah, they are. I agree.
I mean, that's why the whole thing is like when these parades are done and everything like that, I think a week or two after the parade is done, there should be a report that says, this is what happened.
There is from last year. You guys can have it anytime you want it.
I never.
Yep.
Okay.
The finance department keeps all those. So there is a debriefing, because we usually bring the group in and do the whole debriefing, and we did one last year.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Mayor, and I really don't want to turn this into a discussion, but one other thing you didn't mention is we've never had 2 parades before. And it's not really fair to the second parade if the first parade goes through and leaves horse poop, and then the second parade is going to be marching through horse poop.
Actually,
I've been in many parades.
Point of order, it is my turn, so give me a second, okay, Alderman? Thank you.
You brought him up to.
Exactly, it's not a discussion, it's my Alderman time, point of order. Thank you. Yes. So that's why I brought it up, because I thought there were beautiful animals, and I didn't realize there was a briefing. I apologize for Mayor. I did not look at it. I was not provided one or anything before any of this discussion started on this parade issue. And that's why I said, okay, let's bring up the motion so we can get the horses back on, because they're beautiful animals. And there should be a way to get them in there. But unfortunately, it says 30 days.
Was there any more questions, Alderman?
No,
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay.
Alderman Martinez?
Hold on, I'm not done. I said I'm done with Chief Navarro. I didn't say I was done with my Alderman time. Okay, now, I had a couple residents come here tonight, and I get a lot of phone calls about the speeders and the speed bumps and everything like that. So I'd like to put a motion in to remove all speed bumps around the city except for the lakefront, so we can get this taken care of and see what's gonna be done. If we're gonna put rumble sticks, or we're gonna put speed bumps that come in and out, or what's gonna happen. So motion to remove all speed bumps except for the down in the lakefront.
I'll second.
That motion, because that would be final action, that would not be in order, but you could put that on, you could ask to have that put on a subsequent meeting. We just talked about a code revisions meeting, but that would have to be actually properly noticed up.
Hey, Stu, can you?
Would be a discussion first.
Okay, I'd motion to discuss removing all speed bumps except for down at the lake until we can figure out what we're gonna do with this, because we get speeders everywhere, in and out. There's rumble sticks, and I mean, I understand risk management has to be involved in this and spoken to about, see what's going on, but that's my motion.
Excuse me. I think the motion should be to specify speed bumps on city streets. You can't go around in parking lots and removing speed bumps and such on city streets.
On city streets, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's still a discussion item on the next code revision.
How do we, see, that's part of the problem. We have, these things last forever. How do we expedite getting a motion on the floor for a vote?
Okay, well, so you need to pick a committee. All items go to committee. And so you could put it before the next Public Works Committee. You could put it before the next Code Revisions Committee, which we're
I guess my motion would go to Public Works first, because I motion to remove all speed bumps or except for the lakefront. So that would go to Public Works first, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And then after that, then I'll put a motion to decide what we're going to do with the speed bumps, and that would go to codes and revisions, wouldn't it?
Codes and revisions, yeah, that would be you would basically at that point direct, if a code revision is necessary, we'd have to look and determine, if you guys give us a direction that that's what you want to do at the committee, we would then determine if a code revision is necessary, we would prepare it, and it could go on code revisions and then probably on the main agenda that same night.
Okay, so it's been So Alderman
Second.
Felix has seconded.
And you're putting it in the Public Works Committee?
Public Works for the removal of them, codes and revisions for, to decide where they're gonna go.
What the policy would be.
Or write up a policy before, but we first must speak to risk management and so on and so forth.
May I say one thing, please? I just forgot to say one thing.
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You know, let's see, what else? Oh, actually, I guess I am done. Thank you. Have a good night. It's a
Okay.
long one.
Alderman Bolton, I'll let you sneak in
I
here.
apologize. Thank you for accommodating. Look, I just want to make it very clear. The reason why I didn't show up last Wednesday to the meeting is because I was working. The chief, our staff knew about this a week before this, and I also communicated that to the mayor. Just want to make that clear. It also was in the newspaper. Thank you so much.
Alderman Martinez.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and make this short. Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mayor, and fellow members of the City Council. I would like to start by thanking Associate Pastor Perry Pullman from the Shiloh Baptist Church for his invocation for our city and our citizens when it's really needed. Over the past weekend, we held, Ward 3 held our dumpster disposal event. It was a huge success. We filled 2.5 trucks of many things, and I want to thank those who came out and supported us and also brought things. Special thanks to the Public Works Department who coordinated the event. You had some wonderful staff there. I want to personally thank the two gentlemen that were there, Ricky and also Deontay, and also Alderman Turner, who came out there and rolled up the sleeves and had no problem helping out. So thank you guys. It was a huge success. Look forward to doing it again. So also want to talk about, let me see, I attended the Black Expo. It was exciting, met a lot of amazing people. Do want to thank Mr. Clyde McLemore for inviting me out there. Also, just to let everyone know, or just remind everyone that school is in session, please be very mindful, be very careful. Watch out for our students. If you need to get a hold of me, I can be reached at 847-390-2689. Thanks and enjoy the rest of the summer. Also, as the mayor had mentioned, the extreme heat that we're experiencing this Wednesday, please check out for your neighbors and anybody that who needs help or a place to keep cool. So one thing I do want to really thank is special thanks to Chief Edgar Navarro, and also, and I want to make sure I get this name right, and also Mr. Scott Chastain, the Deputy Chief, for listening to my request. They were able to come to Grand Avenue. They set up the mobile patrol. They did have shift change, one at 6 a.m. and the other one 6 p.m. in the morning and in the evening. So it was done for over a week. I got a lot of feedback from a lot of the businesses that said that they were very grateful that we were out there. We made our presence there. But so much more needs to be done. But we are heading in the right direction. So with that being said, I just ask you guys to have a good evening, be safe going home, and we'll see you again. Thank you.
Alderman Felix.
Thank you, everyone. A few things to talk about the agenda, the special meeting. I asked around and asked if this has been done before, and a lot of the people have said no, it has not been done before. So what we're attempting to do is exercise our legislative rights.
Yes.
And if no one has done it before, that's them, you know. But you know, I'm attempting to learn fast by sometimes not gonna come out perfect, but we're attempting to do our job, which is to legislate, like the mayor said. So, in that way, because we're the ones who are listening to our constituents in our ward. Some other people might not think that way, or you know, but we're trying to get things moving along that has not been done for years.
Right.
This is the first time this has been done. So if it doesn't fit, you know, maybe sometimes the mayor's agenda, you know, it gets stopped, or it feels like it gets stopped. So, and that's why we're able to do what we want to do. And I have, you know, so it's not about, that is our process, is knowing what we can do and can't do. So it shows me, if this is the first time this has been done, then have you guys been just following along, or have you guys been trying to do your job, be a legislator? So that's how I see it. In terms of us working together, you know, there's some things that I vote yes and no for. It doesn't mean that I'm one person. If I see that it's something right, like the Chamber of Commerce, I vote yes for it. I believe it's pro-business. So those are my thoughts. But to say that, why are you working with so-and-so? I'm working, it takes 6 of us, or 5 of us to vote on something and pass something. Why are we not gonna work together? Come on, I mean, it's our job to work together so we can legislate things and pass things forward. So, you know, that's our job. We're aldermen, we're legislators. Another thing, in terms of the Fiestas Patrias, you know, why can't we do the horses? I don't understand. You know, why don't we impose a fine? You know, is there something that we can do? Impose a fine. If there is, you know, let's get evidence. If there's evidence that the parties didn't do their job, let's impose a fine, and that be part of the thing that we're gonna have at the end of the event, the report. I mean, because it's part of our culture. This is what we see. Is what we, you know, this is what we do. Same thing with the amount. I mean, just the other day, I've been part of the parade. I was part of the parade before with the boxing club. I was part of the Angels boxing. We were more than, well, what's the amount currently that we're allowing? 60? 600. How many people per entry? 10?
10 per entrance.
On the parade there, we were like 20, 30 probably, and without any problem. And there was horses, you know, I think behind us. It's just not a parade if you impose these things. So, and it's not too late. We have plenty of time. So, you know, but the thing is that the council members have not been part of the discussion in terms of these events. So, you know, that's the one thing I didn't want to bring up. We're not part of this discussion, so, you know, we cannot really, you know, until now, you know, unless we all agree, we can put a motion in. Can we put a motion in to allow that, Stu? Is that something we can do?
All you can do under the current code would be to amend the code that the city council would be responsible for the permitting of all and conditions on all parades. Basically, special uses that involved public rights of way, the city council would be responsible for basically issuing the permit or approving the permit and imposing conditions, and you would all have to vote on that.
Okay, but that would ultimately be under the city, right? We're protected where we'll have council how to do it the right way and whatnot.
I mean, there's a certain amount of risk there, but you know, we would, you know, if the city council wants to take over this, you can't take over just this one.
No, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, and we could prepare a code amendment that would basically allow the city council to take over special events involving the public right-of-way. I would highly recommend that you listen to staff with regard to insurance requirements.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If that would be a direction that the city council could take. We could amend the special events ordinance for special events over the public right-of-way and basically.
Can we bring it up to discussion? How can we do that? At least bring it up to discussion and talk about what are different options.
Let me just say, we went through this with the block party events, right? And we used to approve them as presented, and then when we started looking at them, they were often like approving a block party after the fact. It happened like 3 weeks, 6 weeks ago, and then we approve it, and there were a number of issues. So we took that away where we no longer approve block parties as a body, and you still get the email and ask for your approval as an alderman. So I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard, we were talking about amending or revising the code for special events. So
basically, just for everybody playing along at home, the question was, could the city council make a motion to change this parade? And under the current code, the only responsibility that is given to the city council is to look at appeals. And you guys voted on the appeal for this, and you said send it back to staff. Staff made a determination. Staff made a determination on the conditions. If you want to overrule them, you cannot overrule on this one parade. What I would recommend is that you ask me to prepare an ordinance. If there's a consensus to do this tonight, we can prepare that ordinance and have it on the next agenda that would amend our city code to allow special events involving the public right-of-way come before the city council. The city council would be solely responsible for approving or denying them and imposing conditions.
And allow horses.
Are we all allowed to speak?
Yeah,
now?
no, you're not. This is not supposed to be, it's his time. But what I will say is we need to discuss first, do we want to do the parade ourselves? There's other things. Before we start making motions, there should be discussion of that.
No. This is just in general for special events, but we can always discuss later on if we want to do it ourselves. Am I right, Stu?
At a certain point, you have to make a determination who is responsible for reviewing this.
Well,
either you send it to staff or you don't. And it sounds like that there's a group, and I don't know if it's a majority on the council, that would like to take on specifically responsibility for determining the conditions that are applied to parades.
This parade.
Can we make that motion? How can I make that motion to?
What it would, it would be a motion to direct Corporation Council to prepare a code amendment vesting the ability of to approve and impose conditions on special events in the public right-of-way exclusively to the city council.
I second.
Well, that's okay. So there's a.
Well, I just want to say that this does not affect this parade, though. Just so that you know, this is not going to do anything. This just came out of. But what my original question is, so from what I'm understanding, Stu, for this specific situation, if we want to, hey, we want the horses to be there, we want more people to be there.
Right.
We need to just file a what do you call it?
Motion.
Appeal.
No, the appeal's already been heard. You guys already ruled on the appeal,
Right.
Which granted the Fiestas Patrias organization the right to hold their parade.
Oh, how about specifically to the amount of people that are going to be there?
That is not within your jurisdiction unless basically you change that. And it's.
I'll change it for now, because it's 30 days.
This is crazy.
Well,
You can't have an operations plan that has to have security and decide last minute what we're doing. There has to be a plan in place. There's been plenty of time to have that plan in place, but it didn't happen. So now that we're this close, this is what we need to do. Now, if you want to change it down the road, you certainly can do that. But one of the problems that we've had is when we had, and you were the first to complain about this, Alderman Turner, when we were approving, every time they had fill the boot or whatever, if you're going to tie up your council meetings with all of this, we were directed to have staff do that. And that wasn't under this administration, that was under the last administration.
Well, he didn't know what he was doing either, so.
So, we can turn around and do that, but, it's a process, again, as Alderman Hayes was talking about, a process you're not going to have approved by the time that this parade happens, and it can't be less than 30 days.
Well, in terms of less than 30 days.
Why can't it be less than 30 days?
That's just to apply for the special events application. Am I correct? That's
No.
not to make any changes.
Right.
That's to have basically all details finalized.
30 days.
Yeah.
So we can't change anything. I mean, is that an ordinance? Is that state statute? Is that policy?
You have one, under your ordinance, you have one job, which is to hear appeals, and you heard it.
Right.
And there was no direction that was provided to staff, just send it back to staff.
Right, so we heard that appeal and that's off the table.
Yes, and the appeal was granted.
So now we're talking about horses. So I want to make a, wait, I'll wait till my turn.
Well, I do want to say that, under the direction right now, under these decisions that were made, just 10 per entry, because it's never been like that. What we're going to see is the direction of the decisions that were made, because they were not made in the interest of the people, because that's clearly not what we're going to see. If come Fiestas Patrias, come that day, we're going to see it's like empty parade, basically, if that's how we're going to have it, because 10 people is not enough. That's just like nothing.
If you want to make an event with 30 people in it, you can do it, but it counts as 3 events, or 3 entries.
No, we did it last year. We did, if we were to have the 4th of July, how many people would have been lined up?
We have never had 2 parades. We've only ever had 1, and they were, we can't make the parade bigger, so we basically divided it in half, that each party got an equal number. And like I said, we've never had that before. And under normal circumstances, when somebody puts in for it first, that's who gets it. This time through the appeal process, you guys decided you wanted 2 parades. So it doesn't mean that each party gets whatever number they had before, because again, we have a certain amount of officers that can accommodate this. And so that's what we have to look at. Well, but again, we're getting into a discussion that needs to happen on a committee level, not at a council level.
The reason why I bring it up is because we have limited time. Well, the last thing that I would have probably suggested, if we're going to cut things, it should have been cutting the entries and not the people per entry. That would make more sense. It would look more full of a parade. So yeah, that's regarding that. This weekend, went with Alderman Turner. We met up at 12 midnight downtown Waukegan, and what we saw was our police officers. I disagree with in my opinion, it was a great thing. We had the two roads closed down. He was not, the manager was not out there looking. We were walking back and forth. People felt safe. They were going back and forth from bar to bar. I didn't see drinks in people's hands. So, it's not gonna be perfect, but I think this is a starting point where we can, have a space where our people or people from the outside can come and enjoy the downtown area at night. It's a step forward. So I want to thank, the police, Chief Navarro, for implementing a good plan. What I saw there that Saturday night was that, people were able to enjoy our downtown. One thing that I don't know the rules. I think that we should probably make something like a meeting where the police, our officers can let the public know what is legal and not legal, because walking around smoking, marijuana, it's illegal. A lot of people didn't know that, I guess, it's like a beer. You can't walk around drinking beer. So I do say that to the people that, that own downtown bars. You guys see that, that's, it's an issue because it's illegal. You can go inside a place. Well, I don't know the laws. So that's why we have to have the police here to, but the thing is that, we need to have, us as a city communicate to our constituents or our people that are coming into the city what the laws are. That way they're able to enjoy and not get in trouble. But I do thank Alderman Turner for joining me that night because we saw a lot of things. We took notes of a lot of things, and we'll be providing that feedback to the bar owners and business owners there. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Alderman Newsom. Alderman Turner.
Thank you very much. All right, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff and Corporation Council to prepare a written ordinance that the camera be face the speaker at the podium at audience time. We've talked about this ad nauseum. It doesn't make sense. I just saw it pointing over there earlier. And a number of people have asked for it, so I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Second.
So we can get that on the agenda. Hey, there's no way that we can do a motion that doesn't have to go to committee. Every motion has to go to committee.
Every piece of legislation has to go to committee. That's what your rules say.
What rule says?
Your
There's an
rules of
ordinance to that
procedure,
effect?
yeah, your rules of procedure that say that.
All right, we're gonna work on that one too.
So,
Committee.
yeah, it's under it's under Article 2 of the City Council, and it sets forth the committees of the City Council. It says what they're responsible for. And it says that, and there's nothing to say that an item can't go to committee and the City Council on the same night. It absolutely can, which we often do.
Okay, got it. So we have a first and a second on that motion, right? Do we need we can't vote on it, so it just goes
To direct staff, you should vote on it. And you can, yes, you should vote to direct staff to prepare that motion and then place it on an agenda.
All right. So I made the motion. Who was the second?
I second.
All right. Can we take a call?
Whoever.
This is, Alderman Turner made a motion to direct staff to prepare an ordinance. This is distinct from the discussion item that was asked for before from Alderman Guzman, which is going to be up for discussion. This is a specific ordinance, so it is a motion to have staff and Corporation Council prepare an ordinance. I don't know if it's actually going to require an ordinance or resolution, but we can do whatever is legally necessary to have during public comment that the camera be focused on the person actually speaking.
Yes.
And I think that'd probably go under, we'd probably just put under our rules for public participation. So.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
So a roll call would be appropriate at this time.
And that was Turner and Donnerworth, correct? Yep. Alderman Hayes.
Aye.
I'm sorry?
He said aye.
You're asking for my vote on whether we're going to approve a motion on whether the camera should be facing the speaker at audience time?
Yes, I didn't hear you.
Yes, aye.
I'm sorry. Alderman Bolton.
Aye.
Alderman Guzman.
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Newsom.
Aye.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to rescind the ordinance requiring property owners to obtain a permit from the city of Waukegan to remove a tree or trees from private property and any fines for the removal of any tree or trees from private property retroactive to June 1st, 2023.
Just as a point of clarification, is Alderman time the time that we make motions?
No, we don't have a time.
But
You can, aldermen are allowed to make motions. You can't make a motion on a final decision, so the repeal or rescission is a code amendment. So you could direct staff and corporation council to prepare an ordinance repealing, or basically it's amending the code.
That's my motion.
And so that would need to go to, that would normally go to the Code Revisions Committee.
I make a motion to direct staff and corporation council to prepare a written ordinance rescinding the ordinance requiring property owners to obtain a permission slip or permit from the city of Waukegan to remove a tree or trees from private property and any fines for the removal of any tree or trees from private property retroactive to June 1st, 2023.
Can you do it retroactive to June 1st? Because you want to kind of serve one person, can you do that? You can change the ordinance going forward, I believe.
I'm not trying to serve one person, I'm trying to serve.
We would need to look at the process of adjudication and where that is. We can definitely look at that issue and provide an opinion on that.
Yep.
Okay. Do we need a vote on that too?
I don't have a second. You're directing, a motion directing, I don't have a second.
Second.
This to just go in committee, right?
It would go, this would go to code amendments.
To which?
Code amendments.
Code amendments, thank you.
Alderman Hayes.
Do we got to vote on that?
No.
Alderman Bolton.
Clarify the vote.
It's a motion to direct staff to prepare an amendment. This is basically to prepare a draft amendment, a draft ordinance amending the code to remove the requirement that private property owners obtain a permit to remove trees from their own property. And then also Alderman Turner has asked if legislative action is possible to rescind basically the requirement retroactive to June 30th, 2023?
June 1st.
June 1st, 2023, which we will look at. So this is simply a motion to direct staff to prepare an amendment and place it on a committee agenda.
No.
You want to talk about it?
Alderman Guzman.
So I agree with some of it, but I don't agree with all of it. So it could be revised at committee?
It could.
Okay,
It could also be put on for discussion. For instance, like you asked to have something put on for discussion. That is actually not directing staff to do anything, so it can just be placed on your order of business by motion. But since Alderman Turner specifically has an ordinance that he wants staff and Corporation Council to work on, that's why we're voting on this.
Then I'll go aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
Alderman Martinez.
Aye.
Alderman Felix.
Aye.
Alderman Newsome.
Aye for discussion.
Alderman Turner.
Aye.
Alderman Donnerworth.
Aye.
Alderman Florian.
I know we're not supposed to be able to talk, but we're voting on stuff, so I think I should at least be able to say something. We're gonna be discussing all of this stuff in our UDO. The staff has been working on that for months.
Yep.
Parking, trees, landscape, it's all coming up in the UDO.
I would suggest that the alderman attend that meeting on Thursday night. So
I
they-
see, well, I got a neighbor that's gonna really catch a $10,000 fine for cutting his own tree on his own property.
We heard all about it, Keith.
Well,
and
you
about
have
it
not
next
heard
time.
all about it because I didn't talk about it yet. And then when I finish, then you will have heard all about it.
Are you gonna let me vote or not?
You gonna let me speak?
Alderman Florian.
No.
6, it passes.
All right. All right, here's what I want to say. You know, this thing about the special meeting, first let me give you a very brief civics lesson, because we're always talking about civility and civics. So here's it is, right? This is a two-party unit of government, or not a two-party, but there's two chambers, if you will, right? There's an administrative branch of the government, that's the mayor. There's a legislative branch of the government, that's the alderman. No, nobody did a special meeting before, but that's why it's allowed. Special meeting called by the alderman. The question is, why? Why did the alderman call a special meeting? We could just do the process and do like every other standard meeting. Why did we call a special meeting? And it was 3 of us who put our names on it, but there were 5 of us involved. I could put everyone's name. And the reason is the straw that broke the camel's back was when the mayor declared that we could not talk to city employees. Before that was you can't talk to department heads. But tonight she said, you can make an appointment with the department head? Before she said no. At the last 2 meetings, I believe, she said to the department heads, well, you guys don't, it's alderman's time, you guys can leave now. Well, how disrespectful is that? You don't have to listen to the alderman, get out of here. So those were the straws that broke the camel's back. But we did that special meeting and because of those reasons, and in order to facilitate a more expeditious resolution of issues that were brought to us by our neighbors, our constituents. Yeah, there's a process for standard meeting. We got an agenda, right? That's all the agenda. But this was a special meeting, and I listed 14 items that we wanted to take action on to discuss. You didn't need all the detailed summary like you get, because you're gonna get it when you come to the meeting and you hear it. But that information was made available prior to the meeting. The mayor and 4 aldermen chose not to participate. The lawyer was here. Actually, we were 2 lawyers. It costs money, right, for them to tell us that you can't have a meeting or you can't vote and so forth and so on. So, but my point here is that we don't report to the mayor, not one of us. And we don't report to the staff. We are not staff. And we don't have to wait for staff to tell us what to do. Legislators, which we are, legislate, and that's what we want to do. We don't legislate at the mayor's pleasure or at her direction. Each of us was voted here to represent the people, and that's what we do. We follow the ordinance. The ordinance allows for 3 or more aldermen to call a special meeting. That's what we did. Why? Because we wanted to talk about stuff. You know, here's the thing, we talked about this before. Mayor's policy is fill out an application if you want to put something on the agenda. Then you got to get 2 other aldermen to sign that application. And then you got to march it into City Hall. Time sensitive, right? So that's why the special meeting was called. We're not finished, I'm telling you. And we're going to start looking more at these ordinances and rules of procedure and so forth and so on. You're going to see more special meetings if needed, right? The mayor says we can't even discuss, aldermen, you can't discuss anything. You just make statements. But we don't report to her. She doesn't tell us what we can say and when we can say it. We have a First Amendment. You have a First Amendment. You have every right to come to that special meeting and for a redress of your grievances, to hear what we say and to say what you want to say. You were denied that. All right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I didn't come to that committee meeting of the whole that you mentioned, Mayor, because we heard that presentation before. Being redundant, right? All right, that's enough of that. Okay. Summer's coming to an end. Sadly, I'm very disappointed, as I am every year. It's going to be in the 90s on Wednesday, Thursday. It's a great thing. But sadly, Alderman Michael Donenworth and I, we have our 6th/7th Ward, 6th and 7th Ward Rewards Program. That is where we offer, what do we say, $2,000 for information relating to the arrest and conviction of anyone illegally in possession of a firearm. And that program that offer ends on Labor Day. So if you got information, somebody's carrying or possessing, they don't have to have it on them, but they got an illegal firearm, you provide that information to the police and to me and or Michael Donenworth. They get arrested, they get convicted, you got $2,000, okay? That's it and that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Alderman Donenworth.
Yes. There we go. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion directing the mayor to rescind the policy restricting the number of participants in the Fiesta Patria parade scheduled for September 17, 2023, and to rescind the policy prohibiting or banning horses or other animals for the parade.
I so move.
I second it.
I'll second it.
So the only way you can do that is by amending the ordinance in the way that I described.
Got it.
If you would like to amend the ordinance and basically put the full right and power of regarding special events that are happening, that is a decision that you can make, and you can make that, but a motion directing the mayor in her administrative capacity is not in order at this time. So if you'd like to, yeah.
procedure, Article 2.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes, I'd like to thank everybody for giving me all these phone calls. A lot of people call me about the special meeting on Wednesday. A lot of them do not want the Bears here. 90% of them want us to use the money to fix the roads in Waukegan so we can get businesses here, and they want to come into the city and so they can drive without hitting all the potholes. But again, I mean, I probably had 22 people call me at the house, and I wrote down their names, got their phone numbers and everything, so I can count on them later. Also went to a block party in Buckley Hills at the Mayfield's house, and it was phenomenal. There were 100 people, 150 people there, and it all went off without a hitch. And one more thing here. Yeah, I'm good right now.
Alderman Florian. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just two quick things. I'm working with Max Pecklin at the Harbor. We're trying to put together, or we are putting together an event with music and food trucks on September 24th. It's a Sunday. It'll be a family event. It'll be from noon to 4 down on the Harbor property. We're going to use the stage at Greentown for the bands. We're going to have Blues Family Robinson and the Judson Brown Band, which is an offshoot from Bella Kane. And we're hoping to have somewhere between 10 and 15 food trucks, so put that on your calendars for September 24th. It'll be kind of an end of summer bash kind of thing. And then I'm trying to put together a ward meeting for September 28th. I believe it'll be at McCall School, but I should have a final on that tomorrow, so thank you.
Okay, before, I just want to have Noel come up real quick, because there was a comment made that about money that we put aside for the Bears. There's been nothing put aside for the Bears. So, Noel, would you clarify what is going on with the Bears?
Yes. So I had a conversation as the city's economic development director with the Lake County Partners executive director some time ago when this information about the Bears maybe not going to Arlington Heights was on the table. And we decided that I was informed by Kevin Considine that there was no other community in Lake County that was making a pitch for the Bears, and there was a desire on behalf of many of the members of Lake County Partners that somebody did make a pitch for the Bears. My position as the city's economic development director is that any opportunity we have to make a reasonable pitch for any effort, we should make that pitch. We should put our name out in the public and make it known that we have development opportunities available. Maybe this is a good fit, maybe it's not. That happens through the conversations. There was never any offer of money. There was not any offer of property. We were asked what property, in a follow-up, we were asked what properties might be suitable, and we offered a couple that might be suitable, but also said there's lots of other opportunity in Waukegan. Come to the table and talk to us. And the reason to do that is that there's nothing to lose in putting Waukegan into the conversation. It doesn't hurt anything. We always have the ability to say no. We always have the ability to say this doesn't work. We can not meet any demands that come to us, but you're not in the conversation if you don't put yourself in the conversation. So that was our effort, was to put ourselves in the conversation. So Lake County Partners and I brought the opportunity to the mayor and other members of the city team who agreed that maybe it made sense. So we put our hat in the ring. We got feedback back that said, tell us more. We might be interested. So we told them more. We've gotten feedback back that said, you're not out of the running yet. We're looking at everything. So that's where we're at today.
And it's no different than when we put out about the casino or anything else. A matter of fact, what's funny is many of you up here thought it was a great idea and said, you go, Mayor, for writing the letter, and now all of a sudden it's like we made a commitment that we've never made. All we did was make a conversation, which is how you get economic development going. So if we don't want economic development and we don't want to raise our taxes and we don't want to pay fees for anything, boy, are we going to have some problems trying to make a budget in the next year. You have to do something to get your name out there, and that's all we did was write a letter. You've heard as far as we're at. I don't know where this thing is about money. There's been nothing. There's a long conversation to go. Legislators do know that we made the offer. I think everybody on the planet knows we put out the letter. It made national news. So it doesn't mean that they're interested. It doesn't mean that they're not interested. All it did was say, hey, we're here. And if not you, it let other developers know that we had land for development if you were interested. It was a win-win situation. But if you don't want us to do economic development and you want Waukegan to stay where it is instead of being the city of progress, we can do that too, but I'm not really sure what the point would be. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn? Who made the motion? Mr. Martinez, Alderman Martinez, second. Alderman Newsom. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No.